Well, good morning everybody and welcome to the Victorian ADHD Conference for 2026. Come on, woo. I am your host, Kitty O'Connor. This is actually my 6th time and there's been 7 of these, so I am extremely proud to be here with you all again. Before we get into it, thank you. My favourite's down the front here. Before we start, I'd like to have an acknowledgement to country. We gather today on the lands of the Wurundjeri and Wurrung people of the Kulin Nation, and I want to begin by paying my respects to their elders, past and present, and acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. I think about that word gather and what it really means for a room like this one. This conference started not with a committee or a strategy, but with a mother and her son. In 2016, my friend Rebecca Challoner, who's now an author, was trying to find her way through the maze that so many of you know. The appointments, the questions, the feeling that answers exist somewhere, but no one quite knows how to put it together. Her son Lachlan needed that connection. And so from that, Rebecca discovered so many others did as well. So she built that map herself. As I said, this is the 6th time I've had the privilege of standing in this room. And I'll tell you, it's never the same. If anything, it gets heavier, but in a good way. I learn more about ADHD, about autism, and about how I myself can cope and remember not to double pack trainers, not to double pack phone chargers, forget the cords, and all of those great things. But what we do here is very simply like the Wurundjeri people did, gathering on this country for tens of thousands of years to share the knowledge and to care for one another and to make sure that no one had to navigate it alone. So what we're doing today is connecting parents, carers and specialists, and we're talking honestly about shame and late diagnosis and the particular exhaustion of loving a spirited child or a spirited adult that sits in the same impulse. So welcome to country, welcome to this community, and let's make today count. Our first speaker today is Sandhya Menon. Now, Sandhya is an autistic ADHDer herself. She's a developmental psychologist running Onwards and Upwards Psychology. As a visual communicator and learner, Sandhya condenses complex information into simple ideas and injects colour into her resources and trainings and makes her speeches exciting. She also has fabulous earrings and great dress sense. On that note, I'm going to hand the podium over to Sandhya, and her topic will be Going There, Uncovering the Hidden Shame of ADHD. Welcome to the stage, Sandhya.
Thank you everyone for that warm welcome. That was really nice. I feel really honoured and pleased to be here today. And you know, when Kitty was saying that she had presented 6 out of 7, I was that one for when she was away. Now, 2 years ago, I took this stage to talk about ADHD beyond the DSM-5. Was anyone there that day? Thank you. That's nice. So I'm going to warm you up by just tossing you in. That's kind of how we do it. We're going to go talk about shame today, right? Because I think this is where we need to go after 7 years of my spirited child. Some of us know a little bit more about ADHD, some of us have some information, but how does that information land in our nervous systems, right? And that's what I'd like to talk to you about. And that's a big topic, right? Yeah, so thanks for joining me. Oh, I'm trying to task switch, it's not my strength. So when I talk about shame, I know that's a big topic, especially early in the morning. Right? You're like, just warm me up a little bit. No. So I have prepared a guide to orient you. Oh, no, this is not a guide. This is me. Great. That's me holding all my stuff. But I guess the important thing about this slide is if you ever wondered how to pronounce my name, I like to show it visually. It's like the sun and then dia together. 2 syllables, sun, dia. That's probably the most important thing about this slide, if I'm being honest. The rest kind of just says I talk about autism and ADHD a lot in various forms, and then they sound cool. That's it. That's my guide. Right? Because how you are going to receive this talk today is as important as what I'm going to talk about. So this guide talks and breaks the talk into 4 key moments. Right? 1 is lived experience. That's me coming to you as a person, sharing my story. Right? I don't want to hide necessarily behind that clinical lens, because what I want to do is share my story, connect with you in it. And if you've ever sat with shame yourself, you know one of the most powerful things in the world is to hear someone say, me too. So that's my story. The next bit is emotional resonance, and that's about you and your story. Right? And I put the dunk machine because I'm a 90s kid. And I dunked very many of my teachers at carnivals. And that is going to be a little gentle invitation to allow yourself to let what I'm saying sink a little bit deeper. Now, I want you to put your own safeguards in place for this as to how deep you'd like to go. Right, so when that little button comes up, feel free to go deep, right? Or just explore it a little bit, like I'm just going to put my toes in. Or you can also cross your arms and go, nope, not doing that. We're not opening that can of worms. And that's totally fine. Not offended. So I do share my clinical experience, and part of that is to just provide a bit of organisation around shame. It's my autistic brain. Terrible with like actual physical organisation, but cognitive organisation, top notch. I think anyway, but anyway. And then I'm not going to just leave you with this big shame hangover. I'm going to give you some recommendations. So I want to help you walk through that. So that's the map for today. And I hope that by the end of this, you feel a little less alone, a little bit more understood, and a little bit or maybe a lot more equipped. So let's go. This is me. Everyone go, "Aw." Thank you. You know what was actually happening? I think my dad was like, you're looking down and you're supposed to put your chin up. So I put my chin up. It's hilarious. And I think, in those early experiences, I'm under 2 years old here, shame starts forming, right? I don't know what I did was wrong. I followed exactly what you wanted me to do. It's a little bit funny now that I look at it. And you'll see here my beautiful grades when I was in year 7, doing so well. I failed even arts and crafts, my friend. That's special. So, over and over and over again, neurodivergent systems get told, that's too much, it's not enough, you're wrong, you're broken, you're lazy, right? I was told that I was smart, but I never knew if I was going to make it to the next level. Every year I'm like, please let me get it to year 8, please let me go to year 9. And that starts something, right? It starts with everyone else has got it, why don't I? right? And that's where the shame roots start putting its place in. So you can see every single year, they only had like 2 or 3 lines. I'm like, guys, was ADHD not pinging for you? Right? Because this happened every single year, every single teacher. So much potential, you just can't get there. And what comes after that, you've got potential, you need to put in more effort, is disappointment. And something that they were implying and not saying is, you're wasting it. So, this is what I entitled my school reports when I sent it to the doctor. A compendium of unreached potential. Because it's not just one comment, right? It is volumes of it that stack up in a nervous system. Every single morning, every single day, every single week, year in, year out. So, thinking about my experiences, I think the bold ones told me that to my face. But a lot of the others carried it around with very quiet exclusion, right? They rolled their eyes when I entered the room. They shot me chilling looks, and then they turned the other way. And over time, that gets internalized, right? The feelings are too big, the laugh is too loud, the love is too intense. Right? And you walk into a room and you know that you're a lot. And you know it, so you're like, okay, I'll take that feedback on board. You dial it back, and then somehow you're still too much. Right? And you go home and you wonder why you're exhausting to be around. Even on a good day, even when you're happy. Like, I'm making snow angels as an adult. I'm having the best time of my life, but everyone else was just standing around. I'm like, I'm the broken one. Like even the joy needs to be managed, right? And it's funny, I was looking at just some old photos, and the thing that came up for me is just the big stain on a t-shirt. I'm like, that is iconic. And that is just so everyday of like, I cannot eat spaghetti bolognese without my t-shirt knowing it as well. Right, so those are the big failures. They add up, right? It's the missed texts. It's the 5 minutes late, but every single time, right? It's the impulsive comment that other people might forget, but you learn to judge. So, shame starts becoming your power, right? You become the magician. You start performing illusions that hide the shame. Like, I'm going to be a competitive athlete. I'm going to show achievements that are visible. So not only was I a competitive athlete, you get photos like this on social media. Look how good I am, guys. Look how much I'm enjoying life. And then you don't get too close, right? Otherwise people would see. So you just post on social media, but you don't actually interact with people. Be funny so that you're worthy of being around. And at all costs, don't let them know the illusion. Because if they saw the illusion, maybe they might stop coming to the show. Right? So, today I'm going to let shame air and show you what goes on behind the scenes, what goes on behind that initial picture of like, oh, look at all my achievements, that's great. I sang happy birthday to this paint stain because it took me 2 years to correct it. I decided that this store needed to be green. I painted a paint sample over it, and you can see through the white that I realised I should have sanded it first, or like prepped it or primed it probably. And I left my door like that for 2 years, my poor family. Over on the right, you have this beautiful example of me decluttering. I was like, I'm going to be organised. I'm going to put all the children's toys, I'm going to take out everything and I'll organise it and put it back. So, I took it all out. I didn't have the executive function to put it back. So I just sat there crying. I'm like, it's too much. So yeah, that was fun. And I think that's the reality of ADHD, is executive dysfunction shows up. And when we look at the statistics, like 10 to 15% of us are ADHDers, I'm like, are you guys all having houses like this too? Yeah, we're not posting about that on social media, so I'm like, I'm going to show you. Because this is the reality, right? We're going to move away from just that, it's a superpower, to, no, we have struggles, right? And we don't have to be alone in that struggle. I almost wanted to get you to sing happy birthday to my paint stain, but I will refrain. So, let's see. Beep. Okay. Some really common ADHD shame stories that I've heard both in clinic and in community. And I think it's what's underneath the really high rates of depression and anxiety in our community when we try so hard to mask that shame to aim towards neurotypicality. Right, so stories like, I'm always losing things. It's such a waste of money. Right, we have like 10 water bottles and I just have to keep going to Kmart to buy more. The other people all seem to do this so easily and I can't. I'm failing at adulting. I can't feed myself, we rely on convenience foods, and my house is a mess. I shoot my mouth off and I hurt people around me with that impulsivity. People always seem to get angry and frustrated at me. I always get it wrong. I get the cues that people are uncomfortable, but I just can't stop talking. Right. I'm always late. I'm such a bad friend. That one hits me. I try. I just have a time disability that makes it hard for me to show up on time. Otherwise, I'm 2 hours early going, okay, I'm here. It's funny, even if I go 2 hours early, sometimes I'm still late because I just doom scroll in the car. Like I'm here. Whatever I do, I just can't get to the standard expected. And I'm really exhausted from trying. So what's the point? And now I'm going to let you dunk a little bit to reflect on some of the shame stories that we're seeing up here. To go, how does that sit for you? Which shame story is yours? This is where my ADHD goes, oof, I have to wait. But that's landing a little bit, and this is what I want to see more from talks. It's when we can understand that cognitively, but translate that to, how's our body feeling? How does that land somatically? Can we create space for that to just be and sit with that and not move away from it too fast? Oh, so I'll bring you back up now. Okay. And in all those stories, the first thing sometimes that comes to mind when we're experiencing shame, when we've done something wrong, we've slipped up, is it's all my fault. I'm a bad person. The voice that comes up is self-focused, and that's the very nature of shame as an emotion. Shame doesn't say, I made a mistake. Shame says, I am the mistake. Right? And I think it's one of the most intensely painful human experiences that exists. Kind of like really gut-wrenching. It reaches into your core, it sees you, like, I see you and I don't love you. Oh, like right in the guts, right? And I think that's what makes shame dangerous. Shame can freeze us. Right, so you've heard of fight or flight, but shame does something different, it freezes. Because if you believe that you are unworthy, what's the point of trying or reaching out? It's going to kill momentum and connection. So over here I've got this like little somatic technique. It's called pendulation. Now pendulation is a somatic therapy technique developed by Dr. Peter Levine, and it talks about the natural flow of life. Right? There is tension, there is relaxation. You know, the tide comes in, the tide goes out. The moon is full, the moon is crescent. We breathe in, we breathe out. Everything exists in natural rhythm. And if I'm very honest, raising ADHDers pendulate really well. Right? One moment we can be extremely dysregulated, going, I hate you. And then the next moment we pendulate to, Mom, I need snacks. Right? And shame is going to stop that pendulum for a little bit. It says freeze, don't move, shut down, stay there. And some people describe it as a misty fog that obscures clarity and makes it really hard to think clearly. If I'm being very honest, this is the point where I clicked smoke machine to cart on Amazon because it's only $50. And I was like, shh, you can't see me, it's an illusion. And I didn't, financial. Right, so we spiral. Right, lots of people have heard about the shame spiral. Here's how I think about it. I grew up watching rugby, and I think of it like stacks on, like the rugby pile up. And if I'm being honest, watching rugby, I'm always like, what's that last guy doing? Like the guys at the bottom got it, you know, like just chill, like you can watch. And I think that's probably the better explanation of shame. All right, so this is like talking about the shame spiral from the person who created it, I think. Anyway, so layer 1, we have the trigger, right? What actually happened, the comment, the thing that we messed up. In the second layer, the body responds, right? Just nervous system reactions. Our heart rate goes up. We might experience hot flushes. We have an increase in cortisol. Our stomach's doing the fluttery-watteries, which is very technical. And then we have layer 3. Then we have the emotion layer. It's that feeling of humiliation, of worthlessness, of exposure, and the sense that everybody can see now. Layer 4, we have the voice, the self-talk. Right. I'm so stupid. I ruin everything. Nobody actually likes me. This was all a trick. And what's wrong with me? Right. And this self-talk sometimes is so automatic, so rehearsed, that some people don't even recognise that as a thought. It's layered in with truth and part of the feelings. Right. Layer 5 is the behaviour, and we'll talk about different behaviours of shame. And then layer 6 is the guy who just didn't need to stand to come on, is compounding shame. So not only do I have shame, now I have shame about my shame. Right? I have shame about my expression of shame. I have shame about even existing. Wow. You're like, you just stay. Right? So, talking about layer 5 and those really common behavioural reactions, 4 different forms. One is aggression as armour. Right? It's all your fault. It's the attack as the escape from self. Or the attack goes inwards. It's the same shame, but we're just going in a different direction. So perfectionism is a preemptive strike. Because if I am flawless, if I never make mistakes and never give anyone a reason to criticise me, maybe the shame won't come. Perhaps you want to hide. Right, so over here, you hide from others. You stop showing up. Because if you don't try, then you never have to fail. And then we can hide from the self. We deny it's even a thing. We deny that shame was knocking on our door. So we push that shame deep down and we compensate. So it's that class clown who keeps everyone laughing, keeps everyone at arm's length, and never lets anyone close enough to see the real thing. It's the person who never allows themselves to be vulnerable. The teenager who's drinking at parties, the adult who's disappearing into screens. We all have behaviours that tell us and distract us to say, don't sit alone with that feeling, because if you sat with that feeling, bad things happen. So distraction becomes part of the survival. A little bit of a dunk. Take a minute. What's your shame reaction? It's helpful to know that not all shame is bad or toxic. I think there can be healthy shame too. There we go, yeah. And healthy shame is the one that allows us the space to show up, that knows that layer 1 to 3, that's just our body doing its thing, right? It makes us feel bad when we make a mistake, and we work to repair that. Layer 1 to 3, so good. But what we've focused on here is when shame moves from something that we did, an action, to something that we are. It's our identity. And that stops us from growth, and it actually destroys any growth. Right. So moving, by all means, I think shame can be healthy. To go yeah, it makes me feel remorse for something that I've done. Makes me own up to be yeah, I didn't do that well. I could do better the next time. But if we move to I am flawed, I am fundamentally a bad person, that's when shame turns. Right, so I think it's helpful for us to just start naming shame. Right? To just go, hey, shame's knocking. My shame is called Gerald. I don't know, I was hey, Gerald, I can't really take you, I can't go down that path if I'm hey, buddy. So, give your shame a name, right? I don't know, my next best thing that anyone can take is Shane, because it sounds like shame. I don't know, Shane just makes me laugh, and then I can't. And this is what we do, we balance it with lightness, we can do a little joke, make it a little bit funny. Right. We can move our body, and just anything to keep that pendulation going, right? So if you physically can't move your body, you can even just sit upright, take a breath. Remember that shame is wanting you to contract, so you just go, and that can help make things start moving again. yeah, I go and make a coffee because I like coffee and have way too much. And so that's very helpful. I was like, oh, bad feelings, make a coffee. That's science, so it's fine. You can text a trusted friend. This is something I think a lot of us are learning to go, we don't have to do this alone. We don't have to sit. We don't have to hide. We can text, right? I'm a hider of shame. So huge for me to go like, here we go. And in fact, I texted Em last night going, having a real moment today because I stupidly read feedback forms like right after the presentation. Not great. And the cool thing about operating in community, right? So knowing that you're an ADHDer, maybe it's your best friend, maybe you're part of a Facebook group, you can post anonymously too, just going, hey, I'm having a moment, right? If your shame wants to hide, you share, you do the opposite, right? And, I mean, putting your own safeguards in place for safety, I have to say that. And sometimes what I do, if I don't want to share, I go and watch like ADHD comedians. Just like a little bit of self-deprecating humour works a treat. And then that helps me move from identity to action. So knowing that we are not alone, like knowing that I want to say all, but like in my head I'm like, maybe not everyone. Maybe there's like a really healthy ADHD out there. I like to believe in the unicorns. Like when I asked you to do that activity, so many would have resonated. Yes? Thank you. Because we're not alone. Like these experiences are common, and it is actually what makes us human. So, yes, distraction can be a tool to help us move, but after that, we can pendulate back to shame too, right? We don't have to just go like, that was never a thing. We can come back to it, return to it in amounts that you can tolerate. And I want you to notice how that shame story changed. So last night, stacks on shame. I was like, oh my God, everything I've done is bad. To, I made a mistake and I offered that person repair. I can move from identity to action. And that helped me sit a little bit easier with that when I could come back to what was shame trying to tell me? What was shame trying to teach me? Because that story softened. It had less control over me. And when we're in that space, when we can start to have a conversation with Shane or Gerald, right, we start rewriting that with grace and compassion. The kind that I would wager many of you would offer a friend if they called you up with that same story. Starting to learn to offer that to ourselves and our children so that they too develop compassionate stories about themselves when shame starts knocking. Things like it's human to mess up. Nobody is perfect. We have this idea, right? Nobody is perfect except me. My youngest child is in foundation, and they listen to Pevin and Sarah. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Pevin and Sarah, but yeah. They have this song of like, it's okay to make mistakes, and here I am just dancing on stage. But I love that this next generation is at least having those words, believing it, totally different story, but we're working on it. Right, so to start with these affirmations cognitively, let it sink somatically. We've got to practice it when Gerald starts knocking, right? I did, and am doing the best I could with the tools I have. The reality is that so many families are under-resourced and under-supported. Heyo, ADHD not being on the NDIS. I'm like, you try operating being screamed at 5:30 in the morning and then see how you go, right? Like, it's tricky. Our nervous systems are stressed and we have to work constantly with that stress. And I think the easiest thing that we can do while we don't get that support is to start with giving ourselves that grace to just go, I can't compare myself to someone who's well supported. That's just not our reality. Our realities are different, and I'm going to meet my reality. Right? We are also the first generation to really start with songs like Pevin and Sarah, like It's Okay to Make Mistakes, like I'm Asian. I was telling Lisa, I was like 95% of people were happy, and my dad would always go, where's the 5%? Right? Like, that was what was taught to me, and what is taught to my children is something completely different. It's okay. Like, you know, I'm learning things. I'm like, I want to sit down in that classroom and like teach me. Right? So we are doing the thing of having to teach our children while not having received that education and kindness ourselves. It hasn't landed somatically. I think we're going to mess up a lot along the way. And just know that whatever you do is doing the best with the tools that you have. Right? And it makes a difference. We don't have to get it perfect. And for all you beautiful people, giving yourself the same patience that you give to others. So here's a poster that I have in my office of mediocrities. I'm very philosophical, right? Of like, good enough. Because I've been diagnosed for 5 years now, and that's kind of what I have come to, right? It's good enough. That ADHD brain was never going to be perfect. It was never going to sit still, stay organised, remember everything, remember what I said 2 minutes ago, feel the right amount, and be the world's best planner. Not a thing. So when we operate according to that yardstick, we are going to come up short every single time. And I hope that this would be a really gentle invitation to start putting that yardstick down, to find another narrative, and hopefully a little bit that you found here in this talk as well as the others, to stop living life by neuronormative rules. Because what I've discovered is the beauty in the mess. Right? My life is chaotic and brilliant and exhausting and hilarious and heartbreaking and really human. Right? I raise kids who feel things at full volume and greet me at full volume before I've had coffee. It's the kid who loves with their whole body, and I'm like, just don't dislocate my shoulder, right? Or they hyper-focus on something for 6 hours because it sets their soul on fire. It's the kids who will make me grey way faster than I expected, but also make me laugh harder than anyone I've ever met. It's leaning into the kids, the people who surprise us if we stop expecting perfection. I want us to stop being afraid of shame and let it teach us, create space for growth. I want to bring messy back. Let messy have its moment. Right? Let us witness it and embrace it, connect over it. Right? I've got a friend here today who walks into my house. I'm like, it is what it is, right? Because I don't want the beautiful Instagram house. I want a house where people just come over, wherever I may be. Right? I want to parent and support with love. That's one of my foundational philosophies, because this is the most radical, courageous, counter everything I have learnt phrase is, I see you, all of you, the brilliant bits, the messy bits, and I'm here for it. Right? It's what turns all those negative messages that everyone else will send them. We estimate 20,000 negative messages into something a child can actually survive. So whether you're already on this journey of leaning into shame, or whether you're making that quiet vow to start today, right? To start rewriting that shame narrative, you have the chance to be that change. So thank you so much for your attention. I'm going to be out there. Yeah, come have a chat.
Well, thank you, Sundar. I had not heard your talk before, but my friends call my shame Steve. Steve comes out on the golf course an awful lot, and it's all, my friends are like, just go home, Steve, go home. So well done. Look, we're about to take a break, but I did have a little bit of a messy moment this morning in my technology field was not working, so I didn't get to tell you all the really exciting things that are happening today. But I think I just want to acknowledge who the event partners are for this morning: Kaiko Fidget, Sister Sensory and Andale High School. But most importantly, after we've had talks like this, or even during talks like this, if you are feeling at all overwhelmed or it's just that little bit too much, please have a look out for our ninjas. Now, they are the super people with the big red vest that says ninja. They do not know how to throw stars, but they can guide you to a support room. Okay, so please look out for them if you need to. We also have the breaks. We've got 3 today and we're about to go back into 1. So if I could have everyone back here between 11, we'll kick off at 11:05 with our next talk. And that will be it. Go and enjoy, go outside and see our exhibitors. I'll see you here at 11 o'clock. To get into the chunky part of the day, we've got 2 exceptional speakers coming up for you before we break for lunch. So just a reminder that at any point, if you are feeling like this is all just a little bit overwhelming or it's just a little bit too much, please reach out to our ninjas. We don't want you to feel those intense feelings. We want you to be able to sit here and enjoy. So please remember that ninjas and help and support is available. Now, the first of our speakers during this middle section of the day is Dr. Siobhan Lamb. So Dr. Lamb is an educator and with a special interest in ADHD, autism, and twice exceptionality in school-aged children. She also supports neurodivergent, all neurodivergence with a mix of autism, ADHD, giftedness, dyslexia, and dysgraphia. I will invite Siobhan to the stage. Thank you.
Hi everybody, is this working? Yep. So I'm Siobhan. I know that you're not meant to, but if you can speak loudly and you want to ask a question, please feel free to. I'd like to first acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and their leaders, both past and present. It's at this time that I like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land, the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation, which is where I do most of my work. Especially the future leaders, the kids that have sat with me and helped me understand their community, sat with me in a feeling of absolute discomfort as they have helped me go from not knowing to knowing. And I really try and emulate them. You've got an opportunity with me. I don't take offence to literally anything. Ask me anything. I am very open. I am autistic. I have ADHD. I'm slightly different than most people that speak. I was diagnosed with ADHD at 7, and so I've grown up knowing that I'm neurodivergent, not that word, but knowing I have ADHD. So please, ask me anything. I have 3 neurodivergent kids of my own and have supported literally thousands of neurodivergent kids. Okay. I have my own business, Embrace Difference, where I support schools and businesses to understand their students. And then I work at Developmental Pediatrics with approximately 28 paediatricians and developmental paediatricians as the conduit between allied and medical care teams and schools to support kids and families. The talk is called Beyond the Classroom. We put a lot of emphasis on specific supports that schools can use inside the classroom. But it's really important to know that identity is something that is formed way outside of one context. And so we need to look at school supports in the context of all supports, in the context of family systems, medical care teams, allied care systems, siblings, peer relationships. Support should never be looked at in isolation. Context should always be considered. A very famous saying by Crenshaw is, identity isn't simply a self-contained unit. It is a relationship between people and history, people and communities, people and institutions. Whenever we look at supports, don't lose sight, don't lose connections with all of the things that go into a sense of identity. So one of the issues and why I went to the doctors and do the job that I do now is I used to be the head of neurodiversity at a school. I looked after neurodivergent kids at my school, which was fantastic. We reduced suspensions and expulsions down by about 60%. It was really, really excellent. But I thought, I'm only helping this very small group of children. I really want to be more systemic. So I went to the doctors and said, look, you write all these reports, but you're not a teacher. You don't actually understand what helps the teachers. The teachers then get these reports and say, what the hell am I meant to do with this? Just as a show of hands, who in this room is a teacher or works in a school? How many times have you picked up a report from a doctor and said, what the hell do they expect me to do here? Okay. Are there any doctors in this room? Any allied health? How many times have you written reports for schools and the parents still tell you nothing you've suggested is being implemented? And it is not because the schools don't want to do what you're suggesting. And it is not because what you're suggesting isn't going to support the child. It's because they just don't know how to do it. They are not doctors. They are not allied health. You are not teachers. And so there is a chasm between the systems. And who has to pick up that chasm? Who has to connect those dots? Someone just yell it out. Parents. So put up your hand if you're a parent and feel that you are spending most of your energy and time in connecting the different silos. And that you feel like you're in burnout all the time because you're constantly advocating. Okay? So my job and my goal in life is to stop parents from having that burden placed on them. Having someone that is that conduit between the silos so that kids don't fall through the cracks, so that families don't fall through those cracks. So one of the problems with the different silos is doctors, schools, allied health, we all have different languages, we all have different timelines, different goals, and they don't align. And so again, it's about getting them to align, not through the most vulnerable people, who are the parents and families. When I asked my parents, not my parents, sorry, but when I asked my clients' parents how they felt about this, I got all these different responses. But one of them said, I always feel like I'm failing my children. And one that really meant something to me was, I never feel like I have that carefree love with my children that I see on social media. I miss out on that carefree nature of my relationship. Has anyone ever felt that? It was one of the saddest things I have felt because it was so simple, yet it just hit hard. Another parent said, I'm sick of connecting the dots. It's exhausting. It affects my relationship with my child. The teachers say no matter how hard we try, we just don't know what to do. We can't even look after ourselves half the time. How are we going to look after every single child in our classroom when we don't really know what to do or given the resources to do it? The other problem I find a lot is that everyone is overwhelmed. And when you're overwhelmed, you start to play the blame game. And so a lot of parents said, I feel like teachers blame me for my child. And so I say to teachers that often what might look like neglect is actually paralysis. What might look like defensiveness is a trauma response in the parents. So if a parent yells at me, the first thing that goes through my head is, how hard has today been for them? And I will reframe it in my head until I have the capability of saying back to them, are you okay? What can I do for you? No one gets defensive unless it's a trauma response. Aggression, defensiveness, they are overwhelmed. They are burnt out. Whether it's a child, whether it's a parent, whether it's a teacher. As much as you can, reframe it in your head until you can treat it with kindness rather than escalate the situation by bouncing off with the same level of aggression. And then, of course, the most important, kids, the impact on the kids. I got all these responses from different kids, but this one here was, when people don't understand you, you start thinking that it's you that's wrong, something's wrong with you. And that's when I just got really sad all the time. This is a little kid I help at the age of 8. 8. I'd like to play 2 songs for you.
8 years old and he's kicking and screaming. I'll only go to school if you give me a reason. The kids are really mean and I already know all the things they're teaching. Hopped in the car, mama let him play hooky. Missed the first hour just to get a cup of coffee. She's the only one who saw who he was. No one else could read him. Showing up late, but he makes it to class just to stare out the window and the clock in the back. He daydreams away to a sky so gray. Everything simple is driving him mental. Wishing every day that something would change. Instead his dad makes him play ball by the bay. And every time he cries, father rolls his eyes, saying, son, it's all your fault, how come you never try? He does all that he should, why is he misunderstood? This is a story about a broken boy with his headphones in just to block out the noise. Everyone around him telling him the way to go. So he walks the world alone, wondering if it gets better, if he's always gonna feel empty forever. So he gets lost trying to find another way back home as he walks the world alone. 15 years and he's drowning his sorrow, smoking weed, drinking.
Okay, that wasn't meant to play beyond there. Sorry, can I get some help from you guys to switch to the next song? Perfect.
Raised by a mom who told me I should never listen to another voice but my own. And I've grown up, now I know that when I'm trying to be myself, it isn't so simple anymore. Some days I wake up, I just wanna hide under the covers. 'Cause no matter what I do, I'll never be like all the others. I'm a little ODD. Most people really don't get me. I'm the girl in the back of the class. Blank stare, don't care, don't ask. I'm a little ODD. I see the way they look at me. I can hear when they talk that trash, saying any minute she gon' cry. My sister, bless her heart, she was the only one who had my back when everyone else did not. Looking back, it's crazy. I almost turned into the person people told me I should be.
So I was 7 when I was diagnosed. When I was, and this is a photo of me as a little girl, when I was approximately 11, 12, I was sent to a psychologist because I wasn't making enough friends. And the psychologist told me to look in the mirror every day for 10 minutes and say hello in a nice, breezy way, because no one would ever like me because I was too intense. And I had to reduce my level of intensity. So every day I sat in front of the mirror and said, hi, hey, hi, how are you, hi. Then I was quickly channeled to, let's talk about something else without intensity. How's the weather today? Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Okay. Within about 6 months, I ended up in hospital. My father came to hospital and said to me, what's wrong with you? You have all these friends now. I thought it was better. And I started crying and said, Dad, at least before I had 3 friends that would walk over hot coals for me. Now I don't know if any of these people like me or the person I'm being trained to be. My father cried, and I am a very lucky person. My father cried and said, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I thought I was doing the right thing for you. Stuff them. Stuff the mirror. Let's be you with all the intensity you can muster. If I fast forward to the day my dad died and all of a sudden I lost the person that allowed me to be myself, the person that gave me the strength to be myself. I was 30 years of age. I wasn't young. And yet I immediately went straight back into trying to be like everybody else. And my best friend said to me, what the hell are you doing? And I said, you've got to realise if I'm walking one way down the beach and everyone else is walking the other way, maybe I've got to think I'm not doing it right. I've got to try harder to walk the other way. And my best friend said to me, the shot just isn't panned out enough. Let's just pan the shot out and there'll be other people walking your way. We'll find them. I've been very lucky in my life. I have a very strong sense of self, but it's because I had a father that was there for me constantly. I knew who I was from a very young age, and I made friends. My 3 bridesmaids I've had since I was 8 and 9 years of age. So I've had friends that have followed me through life. I'm very, very lucky, but that's what we have to give to others. We need to understand that I live in capital letters. It just is what I do. It is who I am. I said to someone today, my children are very capable, and it's by necessity because they've had to live with me. I need structure. But it's because of my own need for structure that I can really help architect supports for students that work for them, because I understand their need for structure in order to reduce anxiety, to reduce the unknown, to reduce the I don't know what's coming next feeling. I also have a very different way of thinking, but it gives me creativity. There's a very famous saying that says that creativity comes from having a slightly intact box. Well, I don't think I have a box at all, so creativity reigns. But it is why so many of the most creative people in this world are neurodivergent, because having very strong executive functioning has a downside, which is a lack of creativity. I tell you these stories because I want you to know, yes, you might be in the trenches at the moment, you might not be. Life can be hard when you're raising a neurodivergent child. I will say to every single one of the parents I support, life is hard raising any child, believe me. It doesn't matter what child you have in your office. Life is hard raising children if you're a good parent because you're constantly thinking, am I doing enough? I mean, are parents always thinking, am I doing enough? Always. So raising any child is hard, but raising a neurodivergent child can be absolutely wonderful. I went to my accountant recently and I said to my accountant said to me, you really need to think about what you're going to give your children when they die. What's the inheritance they have? And I said, my children's inheritance is their neurology. They're very, very lucky. So what's the hidden load that we all face? Executive functioning, planning, time constraints, understanding how to prioritise. I have no ability to prioritise information, sensory information, or tasks. Literally, I do whatever's due first, and that's my list of priorities. Emotional regulation. I process emotions differently than other people. It is not that I'm not empathetic. I am hyper-empathetic, as are most neurodivergent people. It's just that I get overwhelmed very easily by the emotions that come at me all the time. I just process them differently. Masking and fatigue. The need to fit in, the need to conform, which sometimes we need to do. I wouldn't have made it to where I've made it if I couldn't conform to some extent, because the neurotypical majority would have sent me packing. And that is just very unfortunate. Once you make it a little bit, you can have your quirk show a little bit more and more and more, and they don't send you packing because they realise you have skills they don't have. But it takes that realisation by the majority before they show you the door. So you need to be kind to yourself. You need to understand how much energy it takes you to mask, if that is what you need to do. How much energy it takes you to conform, if that is what you need to do, and then be kind to yourself that you do something to counter that. I run. I'm not a runner, obviously, if you look at me, but I run just to get rid of that energy. So if I am sitting down most of the day speaking to clients, I then have to run before I get home to my children because I won't have capacity if I don't get rid of that energy before I get to them. And then the internal struggle. For teachers, this is a very important one. Just because the child seems fine does not mean they are fine. Neurodivergent kids learn from a very young age how to appear a certain way to make you get off their back. If I have a kid that becomes more compliant, I see it as a red flag. If I have a kid that becomes quieter, it's a red flag. I notice change in behaviour very, very quickly. There is no gold standard behaviour for me. Gold standard behaviour is how this kid behaves when they're happy, regardless of what that is. That's the gold standard of behaviour I want from them. As soon as that behaviour changes, that's when I start to step in. I'm sure everyone knows the double empathy problem, but the double empathy problem is very, very real. I still remember as a child, and most of the kids that I asked this to say, I felt this, Siobhan, say to me that and I was actually told it, but say to me they've been told, we can't read what you're thinking because you're autistic and you're not showing us what you're thinking. But then you can't read what we're thinking because you're autistic and you can't read what we're thinking. And everything's our fault. My oldest child will say everything's always their fault because they're the eldest. But autistics say everything's their fault, and it does feel like that. I mean, are any autistics or ADHDers in this room that say they always feel like they're blamed regardless? Absolutely. Okay, in order to build capacity, to build strength, you need self-awareness. It's self-awareness that gives you the ability to be kind to yourself, to advocate for yourself, and to be confident in who you are and stand tall. And all of these things together give you the ability to make choices. And that is all anyone wants in this world, is autonomy, making choices for themselves. As soon as we feel misunderstood, we're exhausted, it breaks down all of this. We start to self-question, and all of that ability goes down the gurgler. So if we think about school, we need a talent development model. We need to identify the child's strengths, identify their support needs, try and make the environment one where their strengths naturally shine and their support needs are not needed as much. And then we build confidence. Now, this is someone everyone argues with me on, but believe me, I am right, and it would be lovely if people just got on board. You need most support needs in the areas of strength, because what makes people successful is to shine. And you are better off if you find out what that child is good at and give them all the support they need in order to be the best, in order to absolutely shine. You will have more self-confidence if you shine at one thing and you're shit at everything else than if you're average. My middle son is the top in his year group at maths. That's what he shines at. He can't write a sentence. We struggle. He's in year 11. We'll get him through the HSC, maybe, but he has such self-confidence. He walks along. He maybe has a little bit too much, but it's about shining. Practical supports. I won't go into a lot of these, but if you are a teacher, you're always welcome to reach out to me. But predictable routines, reduce the cognitive load, visual supports if that works for the child, make sure that there's a lot of rest and recovery. UDL, so flexible ways of learning, flexible inputs and outputs, and of course, quiet spaces. I'm going to go through these very quickly, but I've designed a lot of supports for schools to help kids and to know how kids tick in that environment. This is just to understand executive functioning skills, time. I time everything to get some awareness of time. I put this up there because this was a joke. My child asked me for help by putting on my timetable and saying, here you go, Mum, here's your timetable. Goal setting. A goal without a plan is simply a dream. Walt Disney, I love Disneyland. You need to set goals. But children and adults need to understand that when there's a brick wall in that goal, how do we move it? Well, there are 3 ways to move that brick wall. I can either go around it. So if I have the example of a kid that there's too much noise in a room, I just don't go to that classroom. But they miss out on the learning in that. I can give them a ladder and they can climb over it. So that's like getting noise-cancelling headphones. But then the child feels different. And if you've ever dealt with adolescents, most adolescents do not want to feel different. Or you go to the teacher and say, why the hell is your classroom this noisy? And you blow up the wall. But what's important is that it won't be the same every moment. From moment to moment, the one you pick will be different. Success never looks the same from child to child, from moment to moment. You need to always have flexibility. I call this the AIOUs of teaching. I made it up, but every single task I ever do goes through the activity. After the activity, I say the output. This is exactly what you're going to look like. If I get in the car and you say to me, turn left, turn right, turn left, I'll say, get the hell out of my car now. Go, go. You have to tell me where I'm going. I need to have a picture in my head of where I'm going before I start to drive, or my anxiety is too high. So I give them what it is that I want them to do very specifically. I then go back to equipment. If I'm on a diet and you offer me cake, you're not being nice, you're being a dickhead. If I have ADHD and you have too much on the desk, even if I ask for it, believe me, I'm begging for the cake, even if I ask for it, you're not being nice, you're being a dickhead. My students have exactly what they need in front of them. One pen, if they need one pen, so they can't dismantle the second one. The instructions are very, very clear, and we time everything. And upload is how do you hand it in, because I've had too many students finish work and just not hand it in. Motivation Bridge, this is really good. It's by Jesse McCabe. Watch it, it's excellent. We are driven by justice and purpose. We are also driven by not letting people down, but do not use that too much, because we also have a strong sense of guilt. So you can go very wrong there. We're driven by our emotions, our connections to other people, what we care about. If something's urgent, I'll get it done. It's very hard for me because my time horizon, most adults' time horizons tend to be about 2 weeks. Mine's about 18 to 24 hours. So everything has to be in that time frame. The more novel it is, I love starting things and not finishing them. I love routines. Do not, and this is another place people argue with me, but I'm right again, so just get on board, don't argue. Do not use my interests in an area I hate. It takes joy away from my interests. So if I hate writing and I love frogs, do not get me to write about frogs. I will start to hate frogs. You are taking joy away from me, not the opposite. Working memory is very important, cognitive load. Understand that the more dysregulated I am, the less you can talk to me. I cannot hear you, I cannot process your words. More dysregulated, less words. Emotional regulation and belonging. We need to belong. If you can make me feel you belong, you can be the crappiest teacher known to man and I will still learn from you. You could have an award for teaching, and if I don't feel you like me, I may as well not be in your classroom. Someone else is talking about this, so I'm just going to skip it. I think they're talking about the window of tolerance. I develop behaviour support plans. My behaviour support plans have all got to do with behaviour and seeing, if you see this in a child, that's where you need to step in. Now, if you see this here, we constantly dysregulate, regulate, dysregulate, regulate. The worst thing you can do is step in when I've dysregulated every yellow bit, because you teach me learned helplessness. That is not what you want to do. But as soon as I'm yellow, you think, okay, I'm just going to watch to see if it goes to green or blue. If it goes to blue, that's where I step in. And blue's the last spot before I'm totally dysregulated. I have reduced kids' meltdowns by about 95% this way. And all it is watching for behaviours. I'm not going to talk a lot about PDA, but look, I didn't go into this field to work with PDAs, and about 80% of the kids I support are PDAs. So it just happens that way. You really need to make sure that you understand that I feel and hear more that you don't say to me than what you are saying. It's actually why I'm very good at my job. Oh, so PDA is pathological demand avoidance, pervasive drive for autonomy, persistent drive for autonomy. It's got lots of different names. It currently sits under autism. It's not in the DSM-5. Basically, you've got kids or adults that really struggle with demands. And if you put them in a situation where you place a demand on them, the chances of them being able to do it are very slight. One of the misunderstandings is that most of the demands that are placed on me are actually in my own head. So when you say, I didn't see it, well, you didn't see it because you're very lucky you're not in my head. But one day I was sitting on my couch and one part of my brain said to me, you're hungry, get up. I sat there starving for an hour and a half. I literally couldn't get up because one part of my brain had the audacity to tell me to get up and get food. I don't do it on purpose. It is because my nervous system gets triggered. And so the goal is to circumnavigate the nervous system and talk straight to my brain. And if you ever want to learn that, I can give you another talk on it. School can't is a huge issue. Please don't try and force kids to school. It never, ever works. Work out why school has a lion in it, or a tiger, sorry, and not a cat. That's how you help school can't kids. And look beyond the behaviour, and I said this before. Look at aggression as a call for help, or trying to run away as a need for space. I'm going to skip, that's my little boy. Don't mistake compliance for well-being. Do not treat masking as success. I actually treat it as the exact opposite. Do not isolate support just to the classroom, and never ever plan without student voice, please. And do not think that because you're putting something in first person, but you're making it up is student voice. For God's sake. Okay. My child wrote this, and I really want to know, I want to read it to you, but I am autistic. When I'm at home, the environment has been designed by both myself and my parents with my processing in mind. At home, I am not disabled. I enjoy life, socialise, and excel at what takes my interest. When I leave my house, there are many barriers and attitudes that affect me more than my friends, which make me feel that I'm not welcome, not included, and thus I opt out of participation. This could be as simple as the harsh lights, people jostling, or the noise of multiple conversations around me. When I leave my house, I become disabled. The teachers at school try their best to support me, but they discuss accommodations and how I need support and what they need to do for me, which makes me feel like a burden. I don't want to feel like a burden. I don't like feeling like a burden. So again, even though the teachers are trying, I opt out of participation. The teachers would prefer to live in a world where people like me don't exist. They're not even aware of this, but I am. With all of the, you're doing so well, people wouldn't even be able to tell you're autistic now. How do you think it would be received if they said to my Asian friend, you're doing so well, people wouldn't even be able to tell you're Asian now? Good intentions are important, but they are not enough. Good intentions can make us feel worse than bad intentions, because at least if you have bad intentions, I can just say, what a fucking dick, and walk away. Whereas if you have good intentions, I'm stuck there trying to help you help me. And so the burden falls on me again. The role of advocacy is to get it off the parents, to help schools, to facilitate meetings, to reduce suspensions, which is one of the reasons I first went into it. What it looks like in practice is parents feel like they're not alone anymore. Teachers feel like they're not alone. Everyone has someone to help them. And it causes a relational benefit. Teachers and parents are no longer at loggerheads with each other. Everyone is on the same page. One of the first things I say when I walk into schools is, you now have someone else to blame. It's me. Don't blame each other, blame me. I can take it. And ask yourself, if a neurodivergent student in your school is not thriving, if they are anxious, avoidant, or excluded, do you consider that a failure of the student, a failure of the system you are responsible for? Where does your mind first go to what needs to be supported and helped? Where is the failure? I would like to play this song as we finish. It's one of my favourite songs. I hope everyone knows who Tim Minchin is, but he obviously has ADHD. I don't know if he's diagnosed, but my God, if you've met him. This is a brilliant song.
You gotta keep it simple. Life is like a song. There are tunes that folk are used to, so if you want 'em to sing along, just keep it simple. You ought to play it safe. Life is just a game. People like the rules as written, so just give 'em more of the same. No one likes a smart ass. No one likes it complicated. If you want to go the distance, find the path of least resistance and just take it. You don't want to stick your neck out. They'll take your head off if you do.
They're gonna rip your head
Just
off.
sit up the back and judge others.
Hey, sit down.
It'll keep 'em from judging you.
If you're too hard to stomach, you'll never amount to nothing. Ain't that something? No one cares what you have to say. Just shut up and play the role you're cast in.
All the world's a stage.
You see, all the world's a stage.
All the men and women really
So
play.
just say the lines you're given exactly as they're written, and for God's sake, act your age. No one likes a show off. No one likes a clown. Just make sure you don't stand out in the crowd. That way they can't cut you down. You gotta build your walls around you. You build them straight and make them square. That way you'll blend in with the background. That way no one will point and stare.
No one cares about the arts. No one cares about architecture.
It is a waste of taxpayer dollars.
It is a failure.
You gotta stick to your convictions. You gotta nail down your views.
Nail 'em down.
You wanna steer clear of the discomfort you feel when you walk in another person's shoes.
You don't need that.
You gotta work out who your team is, then wear the badge with pride. Find a box that makes you comfortable and then stay the heck inside. On the first day the Lord gave you television. On the next he delivered a couch. Tell me how to explain all this content. If the universe wanted you out and about, toe the line, don your suit, hide your truth, wipe your tears, don't cause trouble, find your bubble, stick to black and white ideas, play it safe, know your place, know your lines, know your limits, find a doctrine, get it locked in, build a box and stay in it, toe the line, don your suit, hide your truth, wipe your tears, don't cause trouble, find your bubble, stick to black and white ideas, play it safe, keep it beige, keep it simple and same-ish, leave the weird ideas to the Danish. You gotta play it safe. Your mind is like a house. If you keep it locked up tight, you just might keep the world out.
I don't think you have another master of juxtaposition like him, but this is what we do to our kids. If we do not help them feel comfortable and give them that self-awareness by being a team and working with each other, we will just make them shut inside themselves, not trust anyone to come out. There is no coincidence that Tim Minchin and my children go to the same school. because it's a school that allows and embraces kids that are different. And it's no coincidence that a man like him and a person like me both sent our kids there. So we can talk later. But I'd like just to end with, my role is to give hope. I don't have all the answers. I am not there to give you the right and wrong answers. I'm there for a discussion. I'm there to talk. I'm there to give you hope that there is a bright, bright future for your family and for your child. A future driven by what means things to us, our passions. I step in, I lighten the load, and then parents and children especially can focus on piloting the plane rather than keeping it steady. Thank you.
Honestly, I really wish back when Kitty was in year 9, I had a teacher like you instead of the one that I had that called me a space cadet in front of my entire class. I was going through so much. My father was off in Iraq, Desert Storm. I was in the Air Force, so my supporter had left, and a teacher told me that I was worthless and a space cadet. I went on to go to Oxford and become a Doctor of Law, so well done you. But people like you are what kids like Year 9 Kitty need. So thank you. That was an amazing presentation. Now on to our next speaker. As I said, I've done this 6 out of 7 years, so I've gotten to know our next speaker very well. Dr. Connie Buckingham is about to join us. She's a psychologist, researcher, teacher, lecturer, creator of the Social Stencil, a winner of the Melbourne University Arts Alumni Giving Award for her contribution to neuroaffirming movement. She's got a great talk coming up, actually, and it's about friendships, conflicts and strategies in the Social Stencil style. My God, alliteration. Connie, take the stage.
Thank you, Kitty. Oh, thank you. Woo. Phew. Well, talk about performance anxiety after watching and listening to that talk. Okay, let me get my gear right. Okay, this looks interesting. So you can hear me okay? Awesome. And I click with the green. I think we can do this. Got my props. I usually have lots of props on stage. I think it makes me feel safe. So today we're feeling a bit naked. In the less than 40 minutes that I have today, I want to cover 3 main points. And it's a little bit different from what you've heard this morning so far. And it's a topic I don't often talk about. So let's see how we go, because actually this one's a little bit more personal. I want to talk about common friendship challenges for ADHDers and why those challenges exist. And I want to talk about how we can help ADHDers as parents, educators, partners and friends. Oh, I'm going to go back. I put these 3 pictures there to give me a prompt. If you want to take a photo so that you remember what the slide said, feel free, that's a good little record keeper. There's 2 little flowers there to remind me to tell you I'm going to be talking about examples that are either for kids or for adults. In either case, the situations I'm describing and the strategies are relevant whether you are 6 or 66. So it's for everyone. And a little dude giving themselves a cuddle. Because for the first 15 or so minutes, I'm going to cover challenges in friendship. And that can feel a little bit heavy. So let's just be gentle on ourselves and keep it in context, because there's lots of beautiful things about being friends with an ADHDer. But for the sake of all of us building a shared understanding, I'm going to focus a little bit on challenges for the morning, just for part of it. 4 challenges, in fact, that are common for ADHDers. I impulsively clicked too early and now you saw my slide. The first one, drum roll, starts with a story. The story is, and this is a common one, let's say 10-year-old is talking to you about their birthday party because they got to go to an escape room on the weekend and it was super awesome, and during the escape room, Mum planted a little box in the escape room, and when you opened it, it was the birthday present. And the moment your 10-year-old friend mentions that, you're like, oh my God, oh, that happened to me. In my birthday, when I was 8, there was this box that Mum put in the garden. Same, it was so cool. And so that is, oh, wait. I'm going to tell you a funny story at the end of this. That's me zoning out, because I usually don't use my slides, but now I'm going to rely on them. Do I click forward? No, I can't do that on this system. Okay, we're going to carry on. Let's give you a new story, because that story is for number 2. I'm going to be unmasked during this entire session. And I'm okay with that, because actually I'm amongst friends, both in the backstage and the front stage. So thank you, people. Thank you. We go back. Okay, this is actually the story. And if I look here, because I slow myself down, I can actually see the damn thing. So the story is, you're having a conversation with a friend, not 10-year-old, maybe just your mate, and then all of a sudden you remember, the laundry, you didn't take the clothes out. So while they're talking deep and meaningful, suddenly you zone out. Now, there's not a lot of chance of you zoning out during my talk, because as you know already, anything could happen. So, here's what happens when you zone out for that moment. You suddenly remember, you got to come back, but now you're confused. So how do you come back and cover your tracks? You do something subtle, like you make a little gesture like, yeah, or you nod, but you did it at the wrong time. Busted. My poor husband kept noticing this with my mum. He's like, I don't think she's really listening. She actually is, but our brains tune out. And there's a social implication. We can come across as uninterested, uncaring, and in time it looks like we are uber forgetful, because the thing they said, you'll never remember because you didn't hear it in the first place. My poor husband often says, remember when I told you about the thing? Why does zoning out happen? Difficulties with attention. Our mind is moving constantly. It's actually racing. And I've been thinking about this in the last week. You can almost track the pace of our brain's thinking in the speed at which we talk. When you hear us talking faster and almost not taking a breath, it's on fire. So, the implications of attention difficulties go far beyond classroom, learning, managing your work as an adult. It affects relationships as well. 3 more to go. Now, you've heard this story once before, but in case you zoned out, I'll go back. So tune in if you zoned out. So this thing happened where this kid was talking to this other kid about their birthday in an escape room and a box that opens up and reveals their present, and the other kid jumps in to say, oh my God, that happened to me at my birthday 2 years ago in the backyard, it was so cool. Enthusiastic interrupting. Now we're cutting people off, and now people are finding that we are talking over them. It also has an implication on our friendships. We can come across as rude, as frustrating, as self-focused, but here's the thing that ADHDers know. When we interrupt you, it's actually because we are engrossed in your story. Our mind is finding connections and making sense of it relative to our own life. And memories will pop up in our mind like a pop-up on a computer screen. Bing! That's why we jump in, because we made a connection. And then 2 interesting experiences follow. Firstly, we feel incredible connection to you and your story. We're vibing. But also, our timing felt critical, because if I didn't say it right then in that moment, I might forget, and then the moment's passed. So I had to interrupt. Why does interrupting happen? Difficulties managing impulses, difficulties with inhibitory control, and also, as you'll learn a bit more as I carry on, a general mistrust for our working memory. Interestingly though, an ADHDer talking to another ADHDer, when someone interrupts, it's actually a bit of relief, because the other person has permission to be themselves and enthusiastically interrupt as well. And you're going to watch this happen outside during your lunch break. You're going to see people, and that looks like a super fun, super engaging conversation, a bit like ping pong. We're interrupting each other, we're cutting each other off. The last thing we're going to do is feel offended by the other person, because we are in joy. That's your happy place when you find your people. Unfortunately, you can't be in that place all the time. So in some settings, we have to find a way to moderate. 2 more common ADHD challenges. This next one I know we've been talking about this morning. Big emotions. Big emotions can look like eyes wide, loud, exciting greetings, jumping with excitement because your friends turned up for a play date, a too tight hug, or maybe, conversely, when something goes wrong, when you think someone's done you wrong, you feel incredibly strong anger, or this moment of deep grief, or in other instances, deep anxiety. There's a bigness of emotions for an ADHDer. And of course, if you actually notice, of course it has implications, but if you notice that you're, as an ADHDer, big emotion isn't matched by your friend, now I'm overthinking. Now I'm replaying the moment and imagining myself and rehearsing what I said and trying to visualise how I came across and how they looked in that moment. And by replaying it in my mind, I'm feeling shame and I'm fearing losing you as a friend. I'm fearing rejection. So in an effort to avoid spiralling out of overthinking and self-doubt, sometimes it can feel less taxing to mask and use lots of energy to try to manage your impulses and big emotions. So you might opt into people-pleasing instead. But that comes at a cost, because now you're being inauthentic. You are on high alert, you're assessing everything you might say or say wrong, and that is physically exhausting. So you're going to drain your social battery if you're in masking mode. People-pleasing can be quite a handy strategy. I am number one for getting caught up in people-pleasing. Ask any of the women here that are speakers who have known me for longer than a year. They almost all do. We travel these circuits together. You're going to see a little bit of a highlight. There are only so many events, right? So talk to Rebecca out there, who's signing books about rejection, sensitivity, dysphoria, also known as people-pleasing. It can feel like an easy way to manage social friendship connections, but it comes at a cost. So why are emotions so big for neurodivergent folks? Difficulties regulating emotions. There's actually a plethora of research, 30 years of research, that consistently reports that when they compare a neurodivergent population to a neurotypical population, the big reactions are always significantly higher than the neurotypical individuals. And there seems to be lots of intersecting processes that result in bigger emotional reactions. one of which we don't have time to talk about today, is interoception, which is a relatively new space that we're exploring, because maybe if we get in at the early years and start to build interoception, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I'm cold, I'm hot, etc., I need to wee, then we build up to understanding emotions, how they feel, and then how to manage them. So we're beginning to wonder whether there's a bit of a building blocks. So you'll see some of that work in the next few years come out in our intervention programs. But for now, all we need to know is, yep, big emotions can impact friendships. There's one more common challenge for ADHDers. So you get invited to a party and you put it on the fridge. It doesn't get lost on the floor in the back of the car, but you didn't write the date on the calendar. So the day arrives and now they're calling you. Where are you? I have some stories to share. So, Em and Matt from NeuroWild came last year to Hobart for a conference. They hung out with me for a few days. We were hungry. I'll take you to Richmond, we'll have lunch. But I didn't do any planning. So out we went, if you know Hobart, Tasmania. Richmond at 3 o'clock, nothing is open for lunch. So here we are at the historic bridge, the oldest built bridge in Australia, eating hummus and crackers with the ducks. Sorry, guys. Was there wine there? Oh, hey, guys. We did have wine. Thank you. We made it. We made the most of it. Actually, I remember Em saying, does anything ever bother you? Like, do you ever lose your cool? Do you remember? I'm like, no, because this kind of stuff happens all the time. In fact, as Rebecca Schellner and I, she booked the karaoke, I booked the hotel. It's 3 a.m, we turn up at the hotel in Melbourne, and I booked the wrong day. ADHD tax right there. Yes, I paid twice. Or we get dressed, and I'm really organised because we want to go and see a show at my daughter's school, so we turn up early and I feel really smug because we got a really good park, because we're 20 minutes early. And we're sitting there just chilling, and then it's like, oh, still no one here. Still all the good parks. Check the diary. Not 20 minutes early, a week early. Kid version, a friend says, hey, this lunchtime, meet me at the Bubblers and I'll show you the tree with the bird nest in it. Yeah, awesome. A few hours pass, bell goes, walk to the locker. I'm standing there waiting for my friend because my friend always meets me here. Now I'm thinking about other things until they turn up. Meanwhile, my friend is at the bubbler wondering where I am. Or you get a birthday invitation and you turn up on time. Everyone's wearing pink. Ooh, I didn't read that detail. I read the invitation really quickly. Doesn't matter, at least I'm here. Or does it? Birthday girl walks out in blue. Oops. Yeah, everyone was supposed to wear pink. They're supposed to stand out looking fancy. Did I ruin the birthday? I don't know. Now, I made that up, but I'm sure something like that's happened before. So, these challenges happen. They happen all the time. Consequence? Do they stop inviting you? I hope not. Do you stop trying to organise events? Sometimes. Why do ADHDs muddle up events, times and details? It's all about planning. Now, it can make us fun sometimes. It can make us spontaneous, up for anything, quick to come up with amazing ideas, spare of the moment thinking. We can go with the flow. But planning will sometimes get us unstuck because it relies on our executive functioning skills. Now here's the tricky part. There's some words there you might remember from our first examples. Executive functioning, and I think about this a lot in the work that I do, and I wanted to share it today because it's so critical to everything that underpins our success and our struggles. Executive functioning relies on cognitive processes working together well. Attention, we know that's hard. Regulation, working memory, and others. So, if a task requires executive functioning, attention, impulse control, and planning, we are in our blind spot. So what helps? Our self-worth, self-compassion, understanding, growth, and finding good workarounds comes from your understanding, your compassion, and your support. There are studies that talk about this. There's a big global study, I think it's called the Thriving Project, across multiple countries, including Australia, and they found that when young people felt understood, accepted, and supported, they thrived at school. Now, we don't really need a research project to know this. I'm lucky I get to feel this at home, a bit like what we were hearing about just before about home being the safe space. As I've given you multiple examples, this happens to me all the time. Executive functioning will let me down. So it's a year ago, Geelong, driving to Anglesey for a play date with 2 other families. They're texting me, "Connie, where are you?" And I'm saying, "Oh, I'm just in the parking near the playground." And they say, "Where are you?" I'm like, "Oh, they're that way. They're in, I don't know, Port Lonsdale or something." Right. So we're all in the car. My husband, 2 daughters in the back. I stuffed up. But what happens next? My husband says, I think we can get there in about 35 minutes. Plug it in. Let's go. That's what happens. No mocking, laughing at me, belittling. I'm not told that I'm stupid or I should have checked or I should have done better, because it's my blind spot. And we've been married almost 20 years. He kind of knows what you're getting. It's gonna happen sometimes. But what a beautiful gift that when it happens, I get the support that I need. None of that other junk. And I think, to be honest, that's why I stand here today on a stage talking to this big audience. It's why I've done a PhD. It's why I've run practices and wrote Social Stencil, and it's in all over the place around Australia, because I've got my strengths and I've got my blind spot, and I get support here, which gives me space to do what I can do here. It makes all the difference in my life. And we try to extend that to our daughters as well. Support them where we know they need support. Doesn't mean you take over and do everything for them, but if something goes wrong, you can step in. The other thing that my little example might get us thinking about is that it doesn't mean that an ADHDer cannot manage planning and organising. We can if it sits in a space that's driven by our interest, passion and motivation. I had 3 practices and 40 staff. I could organise and coordinate all of that while trying to chug through my PhD, lots of planning, lots of organising. But I could do that because I can hyper-focus and meticulously visualise and check through the detail. But something small, like this morning, meeting Katie, wherever she is, for breakfast at 8:30 because my hotel gave me a free breakfast pass for one more guest, and she turns up at the other Stanford because I didn't check the map when she sent me a text message. It's going to happen sometimes. So, if you're going to be a friend of an ADHDer, a parent, a partner, understanding, compassion, support. But what else helps? So, blind spots are there, step in where you can, but we can actually share other concepts and strategies to help ADHDers and anyone to learn about friendships and managing conflict. So I'm going to show you a couple of strategies that you can take away with your toolkit. So here's a little girl that kind of gives you a bit of a sense of some of what's in the Social Stencil program. I'm going to pick out a few and try and unpack it with you. So one of the posters, which I think is in your book, is friendship styles. This is actually a really beautiful concept to share with young people. Not just the ADHDers or the autistic students or ADHDers, but especially the neurotypical group that can then have a greater understanding of those who are different to them. So there are 4 different friendship styles. Now, how am I going for time? Am I reading this properly? I'm also dyslexic. Does it count up or does it count down? I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, love. I was all right once I realised what the tech was doing. Friendship styles. There are 4 different friendship styles, I think, and they are helpful to understand different options and choices. This is not like a star sign. I'm born a Taurus, I will die a Taurus, that's fixed. These are just options and variations, and it's also empowering for parents because it gives you understanding and a shared language. They're all just options and choices. So, some people might like at any given time to be in a group style, where you have several people, big group game, big group fun, sometimes big group fights. There we go, there's our group style. Sometimes you might love the company of one other person. Maybe you both love Harry Potter and you sit together and talk about Harry Potter all day long and you feel safe and cosy in that friendship, 2 peas in a pod. Or maybe actually you like variety and maybe also you don't find groups easy to manage because there's a lot going on all the time. Tuning out is tricky. Maybe you don't love being with one other person because it's a lot. So maybe you're a bit more bouncy ball. And sometimes you might join a group. Some days you might be invited in to join 2 peas in a pod. That can be tricky sometimes. Or sometimes you might like to hang out on your own because you've kind of overloaded from the day. There's 3 styles, but there's one more, which actually Christina Keeble, an ADHD special ed early years teacher, taught me about, because I shared this with her and she's like, Connie, you're missing one. You're missing just me. Oh, so right. For years as a young psychologist, not like now, before, we used to get referrals for kids who were just me. Connie, they don't want to have friends. You need to work with them to make them want friends at school. Connie, they're daydreaming on the playground, imagining their fairy world. We're worried about them. They don't want to play with other kids during morning tea. Well, actually, maybe just me is a really important choice for them. Maybe actually that's really wise. Maybe the school classroom time is so overloading, they're working so hard, that when free time comes up twice, that's actually their opportunity to go to the library, grab their favourite book and zone out for a bit to recharge before they go back into class again. So just me is a really beautiful, legitimate option to extend to our kids. Now, you're not fixed in this, and also you're not stuck in any one space. You might find that you're just me at school, but on the weekends you are in Scouts and you love being in a group. Or maybe when you have family parties, you're 2 peas in a pod with your cousin. Or maybe you're just me, but you've decided actually you really want to be 2 peas in a pod. Okay, now we can work on it. Sure. But if you're happy at just me, then it can be really empowering to help kids know, that's cool, it's a friendship choice, which is very different from saying, who's your best friend, who are you playing with, I'm worried they don't have a friend. Lots of options. And when you teach it to all the kids and they unpack the advantages and disadvantages to each, now everyone understands that these are all just choices on an equal playing field. None are better than the other. 2 peas in a pod, great when you've got someone there. What happens when they're away? what happens when two peas in a pod find that one is slightly less peanut pod than the other. They invite in a friend, and now this one is feeling vulnerable, nervous, a little bit cray-cray, because what if I lose them? There's also different advantages to each when it comes to executive functioning. If you are two peas in a pod, that can be helpful because you're just tuning into one voice. You might just find you're only interrupting one person. Group style, you can kind of hide in there a bit. That can be advantageous. Or big fun, where big energy is necessary, that might suit you well. Bouncy ball, fluctuating needs, interests that move, boing, 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 I can bounce around. Just me, downtime. So that can be a really powerful, simple strategy to share with young people. Here's another one I like to share. I have to read it out. If you're in a friendship because of fear, fame, or fortune, the friendship is likely to flop. That's part one. That means if you're in a friendship because of fear, if your reason for being in that friendship is because you're afraid that if you're not their friend, they're going to bully you or mistreat you, that's probably not a great friendship for you. Fame. They're popular. I want to be their friends because they're popular. If that's your intention, again, probably flop. Fortune. They have the coolest backyard with the biggest swimming pool, and every summer all their friends get invited over for a pool party. If that's your motivation, or, Dad's in the canteen, he gives freebies on Thursdays, the friendship might not go the distance. Katie, thank you for bringing the balloon all the way from your house. I didn't have time to blow it up. Flop. But look, we got a laugh. Visual effects. So in these instances, the friendship choice, your choice as a young person or adult, might not go the distance, might flop. However, now this is nice to teach the kids. If you're in a friendship because of company, you like the way you feel when you're with them, care, you like the way they treat you, or common interests. Now, I live in Hobart these days, so if it's winter time and you're talking about saunas and I'm talking about saunas and you've got one in your backyard, not one in my backyard, we're going to talk for hours. It's a very Tasmanian thing at the moment. I don't have a good Melbourne example anymore. It's been 4.5 years, but you get the picture. Common interest is actually the easiest place to start. If kids want to build new connections, seek out, find who has the same interests, because then we can relax in our own focused joy and enjoy it with the other person. I have a few more strategies which I have time to share. When I talk to kids about conflict, for me it starts with building insight. This is the drama triangle. It was actually first developed in 1970 by Dr. Stephen Karpman. I've talked about it on this stage before. His version, which still exists, doesn't have the cute little pictures. The drama triangle is 3 dysfunctional roles that we can recognise when conflict is dysfunctional. Whether you're in conflict with a spouse, a work colleague, a friend at school, if it's a dysfunctional conflict, you're probably in one of these 3 dysfunctional roles. So this is about building insight. When conflict happens, am I the lion, aka the aggressor? Do I raise my voice, get big, talk over you, try to force my opinion on you? Am I the mouse? Do I become small? Do I pull away? Do I feel stuck, lose my voice? Or am I the magpie, the one that sweeps in to try and fix it or rescue the mouse? Mostly, and you can think about this for yourself, because we all start somewhere in this space before we learn better strategies. We often start somewhere, and then, depending on how the conflict unfolds, you switch roles. So your husband or wife comes home from the work day and you've been slaving all day and you're washing dishes, you've both been working all day, and then they say, "What's for dinner?" And you're like, "Whoa." And now you're the lion. But then they remind you, that on the fridge it says that Wednesday's your turn. Like, oh, now I feel like the mouse. Weird example, maybe works. For kids though, they can, once they learn this, they can unpack where they started off in the conflict. And I developed this for a girls' school initially, and it sits in the program. And once they have this language, they can use it to help explain what's happening for them. So Connie, I was sitting there having lunch with my two friends, and then Jessica said to Carol, "Oh my God, I can't believe you're eating sushi in your lunchbox, hot and sweaty all day. You're going to get salmonella poisoning." And so then I watched her shrink like a mouse, and I felt so bad for her. And so I was like, oh, that's not okay. So I said to Jessica, that is so rude. That is so offensive. Now she's not even going to eat her food. I'm sure her mum knows what she's doing, giving her sushi for lunch. So then Jessica, who's now gone from lion to mouse, left. She ran out of the room. So I'm sitting there. I thought I was being a magpie. Turns out I'm a lion. And my mouse is just like, hungry. What do we do? So it can be really helpful to unpack, to give language and build insight. There are reasons why we go into these roles. Lion, you feel heard. Maybe you think you're being assertive. You're expressing your opinion. Mouse, advantage. Maybe you think you're diffusing conflict. Magpie, well, obviously you think you're being helpful. So once we understand the dysfunctional roles that we often slip into during conflict, we can start to learn strategies to manage conflict with peers. So that's what you've got at the top there, assertive as opposed to aggressive lion. How to problem solve, inherently super hard if you have executive functioning difficulties. How to be caring rather than a powerful magpie that takes over. And strategy check up the top. Now, how am I going for time? Oh, pretty good. In a nutshell, common friendship challenges for an ADHD are like zoning out, interrupting, big emotions, forgetting events, planning challenges are all difficult when it comes to day-to-day life, education, holding a job, but also our relationships. Why? Difficulties with attention, impulse control, emotion regulation, working memory, executive functioning, difficulties, often a blind spot. So if a task requires attention, impulse control and planning, little reminder there, this is a place where we want your compassion, understanding and support. That will give us space and energy to lean into our strengths instead and thrive our way. That blind spot doesn't have to define us. It doesn't have to squash us and become our identity, especially if we can understand it. Executive functioning skills, not an interest, not a passion, not a hyperfocus, this is going to be tricky. But if we take away shame, ridicule, blame, then we can work through it. If you are an adult living in a family where you've got ADHDers, don't be afraid to get things wrong and model and show them, stuffed up. That happens. I'm forgetful like that. Let's fix it. And we move forward. We don't need to disguise it. We can't be perfect. We're not. If you want to know more, I do have a little, I think in your book is this little co-regulation sheet. You can cut those up. It can be a handy little communication tool if you work or support a young person who has big emotions. And when they have big emotions, they may not be able to use their words to tell us what's happening or to hear your words. So sometimes having those on the kitchen bench or in your office can be handy because they're just visual cues that say, do you need to go for a run? Do you want a hug? Do you need food? Do you want water? They don't want to hear the words, they can't hear the words, but if they've seen the picture before, they might be comfortable and safe to just push it your way and give you a little nod. So that's what that's for. If you want some more stuff, because I've got loads of stuff, I've been working in social stencil for 16 years. It was part of my PhD. So there's a whole bunch of resources. There's a whole free resource portal online. So if you go to the Social Stencil website, you'll find free resource share. Everything there is free as a PDF that you can download, print, share, go for it. It has bits of info for parents, educators, clinicians, and the general community. Everything in that resource share has come from, initially I plonk it in Social Stencil Instagram, so if you want to get it first, that's where to go. There are 3 programs, and there's a workshop or 2 coming up, and if that is important for you, because you're an educator or clinician, LSO, there is a code for a 15% discount for this weekend, which might be handy. If you're the ADHDer I was talking about today, if nothing else, I hope that this talk helps you recognise that you are not alone, that it's not you. These challenges are difficult, so be kind to yourself. Surround yourself with people that understand and want to understand more. And find people here even who are your people. Make connections, talk to each other, because when you find joy in community, it's a whole other level of human experience. Thank you, everybody.
All righty, everybody. Thank you, Connie. That was wonderful. Look, we're about to break for lunch, so before we do, I just want to remind everyone that live stream recordings from today are available at the My Spirited Child desk. They're available for purchase for $20, and all slides and certificates from today will also be sent out. So please feel free to do that. Now, we're going to have our break now, so we'll be back here, if I could get everyone back here at 1:20, that would be fabulous. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if we can come on in and take our seats. The lights have gone down low. My dulcet tones are going to excite you all for the afternoon. Just joking. I'd put you all to sleep. How are our exhibitors out the front there? Has everyone gotten around and had a look? There's some amazing... I'm still in love with fidget rings. I know that, probably all the young kids out there are like, oh, they're so old, Kitty. But I love them, just sitting there twirling around. My job during the day is really funny. I rely on planning and executive function to make stuff organised. But a bit like Connie, when it comes to anything outside of that box, I am terrible. I was joking with Rebecca Challoner, who's one of our exhibitors out there. By the way, great book. So if you're on a break, go and check out the book, RSD. Bit of a squirrel moment there, sorry. Friday afternoon, I'm all packed because I live in lovely Anglesea and I do have a house in Port Melbourne as well, but I decided I would stay at the Novotel here. And so I've got my work day all done and I'm sitting there and I'm like, right, okay, we need trainers, we need a top, we need pants, yes. We need a jacket, yes. You need your glasses, yes. You need your phone, yes. You need your wallet, yes. Got the list. I am cruising. So I'm due to check into the hotel at 3 o'clock. That means Anglesea must leave 1 o'clock in case something's happened on that Princess Freeway around Point Cook, because we know nobody can drive around that bend. And I'm halfway in and I remember, oh shoot, I forgot my phone charger. So then I've driven back to Anglesea, instead of just pulling in and buying a phone charger, back to Anglesea, got the pluggy in the wall bit, because that's, in my head, that's what I'd forgotten. Get to the hotel. As I'm checking in, I see a few ADHDers from here, and speakers, and I'm like, huggy, 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 and I get in to check in, and she goes, do you have your ID? And I went, oh, shoot, I've left my wallet at home. And she said, oh, I can't check you in with ID. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I have just gone through everything. And then I'm looking. Oh, I've got a photo of it on my phone. She goes, do you have the app? I went, what app? She goes, the Vic Roads app. I went, I don't know. She's like, oh, it's really easy. You go to the app store. And I'm like, okay. So then I go to the Apple store on my phone, and I'm getting all flustered and frustrated. And I'm like, I don't know. Oh, but look, here's a photo of my driver's license. She goes, I can't accept it. I said, oh, here's a photo of my passport. She goes, oh, I can't accept it. I said, here's a photo of me holding my passport. Oh, and here's a photo of me holding my license. So you know it's me. And she was just like, look, okay, fine. Thank you. Check in. I'm like, excellent. I get up to the room and I start unpacking. And I go to put my phone on charge, which is why we had some IT difficulties this morning. I did remember the pluggy in the wall bit. I told you that. I'd forgotten the cord. So I had one part, and then I'm opening up my makeup box, and I have packed a second pair of trainers, no pants, but that's okay because I was going to Crown last night, so I went shopping. And in the second pair of trainers that I had packed, with no jacket, I had packed my wallet. So I walked past reception holding the almighty Louis Vuitton wallet with my licence and said, take a photo, it's me. She went, no, thank you, keep going. I'm like, all right. But there you go. That was the perfect snapshot. And I said that to my niece last night. I was like, there's ADHD in 5 minutes for you. She went, I didn't need that example. I see that every day with you. I went, great. So we're all good now. The seats are filling. We're ready for the afternoon session. Our next speaker is Carice McNamee. Now, I'm sorry I don't have all of the bios with me right now, but Carice is actually going to be speaking about, or is an AU ADHD Council social worker, researcher, and the founder of Paths with Purpose. She's got over 12 years of experience in trauma-informed neurodiversity affirming mental health practice, and Carice brings a unique blend of professional expertise, lived experience, and personal insight to her work. So I will now invite Carice to the stage.
Thank you so much, and what an amazing story, huh? Who can resonate with that story? I think so. So when she was very little, she used to cry that nobody liked her. Everyone thought she's just sensitive. When she was 6 years old, she corrected a supermarket cashier for not giving her 1 cent change. Everyone thought she was just particular about right and wrong, or a total pain in the you-know-what. Her report cards consistently said she was highly intelligent, but spent way too much time talking and disrupting other students. Everyone thought she was just bubbly. In primary school, a teacher gave an incorrect fact to the class. She corrected them and got in trouble and became extremely distressed. Not about the getting in trouble, but about the fact that they did not acknowledge the error. She even went home that night, found the right answer in a textbook, came back with it the very next day to show the teacher. You see, it was about justice. It just had to be correct. Infants and primary school, reasonably easy for her because she had clear rules to follow. Everything was laid out and she knew exactly what was expected. She could follow the formula, please everybody, and get everything just perfect. She ducks to school. She was seen as gifted. But she also only stuck to one good friend at a time, despite technically having a couple of friends. She was often invited, but never really felt part of the group. Everyone thought she was just too emotional. She went to an academically selective high school and couldn't keep up. You see, the rules now weren't there. She couldn't quite make sense of the instructions. She fell through the cracks, chased thrills, parties, clubs, substances, boys. She got into performing arts and did what felt fun and exciting, while still feeling like she never really belonged anywhere. This is the typical life of a late diagnosed ADHD female, unknowingly masking it really, really well. And this is my life. My first job was a hairdresser assistant, then a TV actress, then a real estate agent. I have worked in 45 completely different jobs in my life. And I have changed my hair colour and style more times than I can count. I never stayed in a relationship longer than 6 months until I was 33 years old. I just thought I hadn't met the right person yet. I've moved houses more times than I can count, and I've travelled the world to countries like Japan alone. I've driven limousines and funeral cars, I've managed a nightclub, I've been a makeup artist, designed bank branches, and investigated child predators on the dark web. I've even tried roller derby, and I've worked in a haunted castle in the Scottish Highlands. But I never once considered I had ADHD. I thought I was just someone that got bored easily. In my 20s, I burnt out, and I had excruciating social anxiety. I thought there was something wrong with me, and that I just needed to work harder to stay in the lines. In my 30s, I put all that perfectionism to good use, and I moved into the corporate world of banking and government. That driving need to strive that permeates every part of us as ADHD women. It still controlled my studies, my work, and my relationships. Working until 2 and 3 a.m. just for a hint of praise from my managers. Getting the best grades, or it simply wasn't good enough. All the signs were there. I just never knew. This slide says it all. The striving, the perfectionism, the high risk, high pressure work, the intensity. Those words on the screen are my whole story in a list. Does this sound familiar to any of you? So why does it matter? 2 things I want you to hold from this slide. First, you might know a young girl right now who's masking her ADHD beautifully. Gifted, bubbly, too emotional. Sound familiar? Yeah. Second, we know that ADHD has a strong genetic component. So an ADHD child is very likely to have at least one undiagnosed ADHD family member. That might be someone in this room. And the consequences of missing it are not small. ADHD women face significantly higher rates of depression, anxiety, and suicidality, more so than ADHD men or women without ADHD. So that last point is the one that keeps me doing this work. So why does it get missed? Early ADHD models were built on hyperactive young boys. The research followed that. The diagnostic criteria followed that. And girls like the one that I just described fell right through the cracks. The standard was never neutral. It was built on one particular kind of brain in one particular kind of body, and everything that didn't match that became invisible. ADHD women can often tend to internalise their hyperactivity. It can go inward. Racing thoughts, rumination, perfectionism. It's much harder to see. And here's the thing. Even I, someone who had worked professionally with ADHD teenagers, never suspected it in myself. A family member was diagnosed. I still didn't see it. It took a close friend who had just been diagnosed herself to say to me, "Carice, this is also you." And I resisted it because I had a degree. I had a career. Surely I just needed better systems. All right? Generations of women have internalised that message. That is why we are here today. ADHD in females often presents as forgetfulness, disorganisation, sometimes masked by overcompensating through really strict routines and systems like huge lists and planning down to the finest detail. It can present as shame, self-criticism, overwhelm, fatigue. We can often internalise hyperactivity to function, which can lead to racing, repeating and intrusive thoughts, rumination and anxiety. Our tendency to ruminate, combined with high empathy and justice sensitivity, often leaves us feeling like we're carrying the world's weight, and we can struggle to disconnect from stressors. So think about the females that you know with diagnosed or suspected ADHD. What challenges do you know or think that they face? Or is it you facing those challenges? With their permission, some of the incredible women that I see in my practice have shared their thoughts and feelings here so that we might better understand this. ADHD is feeling that you're too much and not enough, all at the same time. I work so hard so people don't see my faults. I'm trying so hard, but it's still not good enough. While we often have really colourful lives, ADHD women often silently strive for perfection, speed pedalling under the surface while maintaining a flawless mask. We oscillate between extreme achievement and complete burnout. So it's either go, or stop and drop. We feel isolated, wondering why other people can't see our struggle, while also hiding it to avoid the judgment. Constant rushing keeps us in fight or flight mode. Clear thinking becomes difficult, leading to overwhelm and sensory overload. But before we keep going, let's just pause for a moment. You're here, you've got a lot going on, you've just come back from lunch. You might be trying to focus, monitoring text messages on your phone. Our bodies and our nervous systems are constantly saying, this is important, this needs to be done, do this, go here. Very few of our daily actions are performed with present conscious intent. So you might like to practice this next little tool throughout the day. So I invite you, if it feels safe and okay, if it doesn't feel okay, that's cool, you can just sit there and observe. Right now, just take a few seconds just to notice your body's contact with the chair or the floor. Just relax your tongue, soften your shoulders and your body, just reset. Now, validate your decision and action, whether you participated or whether you observed. Notice how that feels to validate yourself. We're often in go mode, rarely stopping to listen to our needs, prioritise them and validate our actions. That last bit, the validation, is really important because it encourages our brains to do more of what feels good. And these small steps can add up. So let's continue. Hormonal milestones and societal expectations significantly impact ADHD presentations in girls and women, often leading to late diagnosis. ADHD traits can intensify during hormonal changes and transform manageable challenges into significant issues. This is evident in many women in their 40s entering perimenopause who might seek diagnosis after unknowingly managing their ADHD for decades. Clinicians must be vigilant for ADHD in girls and women during key life stages. But it's not just about the biology. Societal expectations also play a really critical role. Women face immense pressure to manage multiple responsibilities across work, home and relationships. These expectations contribute to underdiagnosis. Each life stage that requires greater independence can exacerbate ADHD challenges. Living independently, parenting, caregiving. These transitions should be considered as contextual evidence of challenges. Society's expectations of women to be organised and detail-orientated, able to manage everything without support. These are neuronormative expectations. They are built on a standard of functioning that assumes one kind of brain, and they all fall hardest on women whose brains work differently. It leads to persistent masking to make up for it, and then the exhaustion. Monthly hormonal changes during the menstrual cycle can intensify ADHD traits and challenges. Research, which seriously only started in 2014, confirms what ADHD women have known in their bodies for years. Hormonal shifts affect mood, attention, memory, and executive function. Who knows that? Before that, the menstrual cycle was often treated as a nuisance variable in research, or excluded entirely by only using male samples. That research gap has real consequences. So I just want to briefly focus on two key hormones, estrogen and progesterone, because understanding what they do can help us to make sense of what many women experience as unpredictable or confusing. So estrogen is essentially often an ally for ADHD women. It enhances access to dopamine, norepinephrine and serotonin. So these are the very neurotransmitters that ADHD brains already can have difficulty accessing. So when estrogen is high, many ADHD women report feeling more like themselves, more focused, more emotionally stable, more able to cope. Progesterone can be a little bit more complicated. It can counteract estrogen's positive effects, reduce dopamine and serotonin activity, and increase fatigue, brain fog, and cortisol. So many ADHD women describe the progesterone-dominant phase of their cycle as feeling like maybe their ADHD medication has stopped working. That withdrawal, that emotional vulnerability, that urge to disappear from the world, it's a hormonal shift that ADHD brains feel more acutely than most. And this slide maps it all out visually. So just take a moment to have a look at this. And what I want you to take away is that ADHD doesn't stay the same across the month or across the menstrual cycle, depending on how long your cycle is. It's not a flat line. It rises and falls with estrogen. The menstrual period and the late luteal phase are often the hardest. The follicular phase and ovulation are often the most functional. Knowing this, being able to anticipate it rather than be blindsided by it, can be genuinely life-changing for many women. Premenstrual dysphoric disorder, or PMDD, occurs in the 7 to 10 days before the menstrual period, and it causes moderate to severe symptoms that can significantly interfere with daily function. The full diagnostic criteria are on this slide, but the two key thresholds that I want to flag: at least 5 symptoms must be present, with at least one of them from that first 4 in bold, and it must be confirmed across 2 consecutive cycles. But the statistic that I really want you to sit with: 72% of people with PMDD report lifetime suicidal thoughts. 49% of them have planned suicide. Compare that to 10% in the general population. This is not bad PMS. This is a serious, underdiagnosed condition with life-threatening consequences. And the good news is that proper identification and support can significantly improve quality of life. So why on the earth am I talking about PMDD in an ADHD presentation? The first study on female hormones and mood disorders in ADHD women wasn't conducted until 2021. I'm sorry. That is not okay. And it revealed a strong link between PMDD and ADHD. In the study, an estimated 45.5% of ADHD women experienced PMDD, almost half, compared to just 28.7% in the general population. It is estimated that around 46% of women with ADHD will experience PMDD at some point in their life, and it is even higher for autistic women. The causes still sort of remain unclear, but there are a range of theories ranging from hormone sensitivity to higher histamine levels, but that's a whole nother presentation. More research, though, is absolutely needed to understand this complex relationship. I see so many ADHD, ADHD and autistic women come into my practice who have reported these symptoms in the 7 to 10 days before their period and sought help for years, sometimes decades, only to be told it's anxiety, it's stress, it's just your period, or just ADHD. Given this high correlation, I generally recommend practitioners screen all menstruating ADHD, ADHD and autistic clients for PMDD and provide psychoeducation. Perimenopause presents another significant challenge for ADHD women. During the 10 to 15 years before perimenopause, estrogen and progesterone levels fluctuate dramatically and can drop by 65%, often worsening ADHD challenges due to that estrogen-dopamine connection that I was talking about earlier. This hormonal shift can exacerbate ADHD challenges and cause overlapping experiences like low mood, trouble focusing, irritability, and memory problems. The cognitive impact can be so severe that some women think they're developing dementia. And during this time, ADHD medications and management strategies might become less effective. Many women report worsening ADHD challenges during perimenopause, with some receiving their very first ADHD diagnosis during this stage. I feel ya. Previously well-managed ADHD might now feel out of control. And it is one of the number one most common reasons that women come to see me in my practice. A 2024 Attitude magazine survey of 1,500 women found that 94% of them experienced increased ADHD challenges during perimenopause and menopause. Overwhelm and brain fog were the most common. As at June 2024, there was no research investigating whether menopause treatment could have beneficial effects on ADHD. But watch this space because people are finally listening. Does any of this information resonate with you? Hands in the air. Yeah. Perhaps you have an ADHD diagnosis. Perhaps it's on your to-do list. Perhaps you see it in friends or clients. Or maybe this is all new and eye-opening. Again, we've been sitting here for a little while. I've been sharing a lot of information. If it feels safe, just take a second to pause. Notice your body's contact with the chair. Relax your tongue. Soften your shoulders. Drop your jaw. Just pause. Reset. Validate yourself for resetting. This practice of pausing and resetting and validating is a really valuable tool for managing your overwhelm and staying present. Let's keep going. So now I want to move you to some strategies. These are your takeaways. Everything on these slides is yours to keep and come back to. And I'm going to give you the key ideas and add in what I've seen make the most difference in my practice. And I'm trusting you to take the detail home. And I want to start with the most important thing on this slide, which is that last line. Do what works best for your brain and your body. Not what works for someone else, not what you've been told you should do, what works for you. So much of what we're told we should do was designed around a neuronormative standard, one that was never universal to begin with and was never designed with our brains in mind. Almost every woman who comes to see me arrives trying to do things the way that neuronormative expectations say that she should. The right way to organise, the right way to manage a household, the right way to function at work. But those standards were not designed with her brain in mind. And the most transformative shift that I see in practice is the moment when someone gives themselves permission to do things differently. If tubs on the floor system works, it works. If eating meal components separately feels manageable, it works. Do that. And if you want to do something but you can't start it, please hear this. This is most likely executive dysfunction. It is not procrastination. It is not laziness. It is not a failure of yours. Please be gentle with yourself. Hands up if you've ever sat in your car in the driveway just not going inside yet. Right? Transitions are genuinely hard for our brains. The most effective thing I've found for myself and in practice is to say the first step out loud. Not think it, get it out, say it. I'm going to put my feet on the floor. I'm going to walk to the sink. Clarity over ambiguity every time. Being specific helps our brain initiate. So this slide has all the detail. Take that home. Many of you are going to take a picture of this one. So we want to track your menstrual cycle to anticipate mood and energy shifts and plan your supports based on cycle phases. Mark these in your planner or your calendar so you can have a reminder that the difficult times will pass. In my practice, we use a colour-coded system, red, yellow and green days, based on our anticipated energy level and capacity. So the full table is here on the slide. But the one thing I want to add that is not on the slide. For ADHD women, the present moment is often all that exists. So outside of those difficult 7 to 10 days leading up to your period, when you're outside of that phase, it can be really, really easy to dismiss how bad it was. And then what this leads to is we fail to put supports in place before the next cycle comes around. Plan your supports before you need them. That shift from shame-based thinking to proactive self-support is one of the most powerful things that I see women do. And one of the most important reframes that I offer in practice, regulation does not mean being calm. It means matching your energy level to the task. We often try to regulate ourselves by regulating everybody else. If they're all okay, I'm okay. Does that sound familiar? Yeah. And we often do this through people-pleasing, through managing the mood of the room. How exhausting is it? And it doesn't work long term. This slide has a range of regulation tools from butterfly taps to gardening to dancing in your kitchen. One of the things I do with a lot of my clients is morning dancing in front of the mirror. We call it sassy mirror dancing. The key message is keep it simple, start small, Do what actually feels good for your nervous system. I love walking on my treadmill with my music blaring, dancing away. That is so much more enjoyable than being serious and walking down the street. Don't force it. Do what feels good. Sleep. Quality sleep supports cognitive function. We know this. We know it helps our emotional regulation and our hormone balance. And we also know that ADHD is associated with a delayed circadian rhythm. Perimenopause and PMDD can absolutely compound our sleep difficulties very significantly. Poor sleep then feeds back into the hormone dysregulation and it becomes a cycle. One reframe that I often find useful: are you actually resting? Or are you overwhelmed and stuck on the couch? They look the same from the outside. You know I get you. But they feel very different. So non-sleep rest, like yoga nidra or guided relaxation, can be genuinely restorative when sleep isn't possible. Rest is self-support. It's not doing nothing. Exercise genuinely helps ADHD brains because it increases dopamine and norepinephrine and it improves executive function. We know this. But the most important thing that I actually want you to hear, it has to feel like something other than a chore. Movement that feels fun, that you actually look forward to. Like I said, sassy mirror dancing in the morning. It will always outlast movement that feels like punishment. So there's all kinds of options. There's Tai Chi, music, dancing, swimming, walking. That list is intentionally wide because there's no single right answer. Just move in a way that feels good for you. And when women first come to see me, the majority share one thing: extremely high expectations of self and burnout. Late diagnosed ADHD women often build elaborate systems to avoid criticism, judgment, or rejection. This is absolutely RSD at work. And the question that we need to shift from asking is, how can I do this the way that neuronormativity says I should? To, how does my brain work best here? Neuronormativity is the set of dominant cultural and societal expectations that treats one way of thinking, functioning, and organising a life as the default, and it positions everything outside of that as a deficit. Late diagnosed ADHD women have spent their entire lives measuring themselves against that standard. And they've spent all this time internalising the belief that they were the problem. You are not faulty. You are not failing. And you are not broken. Your expectations of yourself are often simply unrealistic for any human being, let alone one whose nervous system is working this hard. Now, this slide, I'm sure many of you are going to want to take a picture of this one too. This is essentially a script library. Real-world language for setting boundaries without over-explaining, without apologising. It is perfectly reasonable to say to someone, can we talk about this later after I've had time to gather my thoughts? I need some time to think about it and I'll come back to you. I give you permission to say that. These phrases are really worth having handy. The thing that underpins all of these is the same. Your needs, your needs, your needs, your needs, all of your needs are legitimate. You don't need to justify them to anyone. This slide kind of is a bit of a companion to the last one, to the practical strategies that support all of that. The one I really want to call out, please, please, please praise yourself for every win, no matter how small. ADHD brains genuinely struggle with this, but it matters because it tells your brain, oh, that felt good, let's do it again. Done is better than perfect, and your best today might look different from your best last week. It's not failure. And so, as we kind of come to a bit of a close, I want to close with the women themselves. These are some of the women that I've had the privilege of working alongside, and it's shared with their permission. I'm getting better at saying something isn't in my scope. They didn't like it, but the world didn't end. I'm finally giving myself the things that I need instead of stressing about what I think I should be doing. I'm recognising that it's okay for me to not be able to do absolutely everything. Getting diagnosed changed my life. I spent a long time thinking about what my life could have been. It was a hard time. But now I understand myself better and I can be less tough on myself. It's okay for me to say what I need without worrying how it's going to make me look. If they don't like it, sure, it still bothers me, but I put my needs first now. I just can't do everything anymore. It's not good for me. I always thought I was just lazy or terrible at organisation, and it was all my fault. But I finally don't feel ashamed or guilty asking for support. And for the first time in my life, I'm actually starting to like myself. Powerful stuff, right? So think back to the little girl at the start of this talk. The one who cried that nobody liked her. The one who corrected the cashier. The one who ducks to school, who chased thrills and changed jobs 45 times and never knew why. She spent decades not knowing, and then she did. And what she came to understand is that she was never the problem. Neuronormativity was. A world built around one version of a functioning brain with no room for hers. That is what's possible. That is why this kind of work matters. And that is why I built my practice. I absolutely love my practice. And I love working with such incredible women every day. But don't you for 1 second assume that it's the only job that I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Carice. It was a great example of what it is like to have this amazing, sometimes not amazing superpower a little bit later in life. Our next presenter is Vivian Dunstan. Now, Vivian is an ADHD educator, advocate, and the founder of ADHD Support Australia, where she has spent more than a decade supporting neurodivergent children, parents, and families through education programs, community initiatives, and practical resources. Drawing on both lived experience and professional practice, her work takes a holistic, family-centred approach, recognising the interconnected roles of neurology, environment, relationships, lifestyle, and parental well-being. Vivian will be talking the title of The 6 C's of Calm, Connected Parenting. Thank you, Vivian.
Wow, I enjoyed Carice's session there. Really resonated with me as both a woman late diagnosed with ADHD and a mother of a young adult with ADHD as well. Sorry, can I just ask, is this the clicker? Okay, thank you. Should have had a look at that before I started. Anyway, hello everyone, and thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much, my spirited child, for inviting me here today, and I'm really glad to be here. As you're here, I'm guessing you're parenting or supporting a child who might be described as spirited, sensitive, intense, or just a little more complex than you expected, because parenting your neurodivergent child can feel very different from what you may have expected, a little different from what the parenting books prepared you for, and to what your friends and family are experiencing with their children. Some of you might already have an ADHD diagnosis in your family. Some of you might still be figuring that out. Whether your child has ADHD or not, you're here to learn more about how to best support your child. Either way, as a fellow parent, I get it. I've been right where you are today, eagerly seeking information that will make a difference and to find answers to the many questions that I asked myself, usually lying awake at night, thinking, how do I do this? How do I help my child to thrive and create a calmer home environment? And even though I was trying my very best, I still often felt judged by family, friends, other parents, even teachers, and worst of all, myself. I wondered why I was having the same conflicts on repeat. My child was struggling, our home felt like chaos, and why noticing that nothing seemed to work consistently. I was honestly just overwhelmed and exhausted by it all. So when my daughter was diagnosed with ADHD at 14, suddenly everything that had gone before started to make sense. The puzzle pieces finally clicked into place. But then an immediate wave of doubt rose up inside of me, and I can remember thinking, how have I missed this? Is it my fault? How do I help my child? Is it too late? How do I do this differently? And these questions may resonate with you. You may have asked or be asking those same questions right now. But be assured, you're certainly not alone in asking those questions here today. These questions are fears, these questions and fears are what led me to establish ADHD Support Australia, to both find answers and support families like ours who are navigating these same questions and fears, and to translate my learning from research, practice and lived experience to make this easier to understand in real and everyday life. So I know I've just been introduced, but just briefly, for those who don't know me or haven't met me outside yet, my name's Vivian Dunstan, and like I've said before, anything else, I'm both an adult with ADHD and an ADHD mum, so this isn't just professional for me, it's very personal. I've been a lifelong learner and educator, have a Masters of Teaching, and I was also a homeschool mum to my daughter for years 4, 5 and 6. So understanding how children learn, develop and respond to their environments has been a huge part of both my professional and personal life. My own journey, as I mentioned, began in this space when my daughter was diagnosed back in 2013, and at the time I was desperately looking for support and community, and I wasn't really finding much. So I started a small local support group on the Northern Beaches for parents like me. This little group eventually grew into what is now ADHD Support Australia, and since then I've had the privilege of supporting thousands of families navigating ADHD and neurodivergence through the very challenges that many of you know too well. I'm also the author of the Ultimate ADHD Parenting Handbook, which was released earlier this year, which I wrote because I really wanted parents to have the kind of practical guidance I wish that I'd had when I was starting out. But honestly, more than anything, what matters most today is that I understand, not just through all this study and supporting other people, but because I've lived it, and I'm still living it. My daughter's 29 this week, and so I've experienced being the parent of a child, a teen, and currently a young adult with ADHD, and as it turns out, also autism. And so the journey doesn't ever really end, it continues to evolve as your child grows and becomes an adult. And everything I'm sharing today is coming from that combination of lived experience, professional knowledge, and years of walking alongside other families. So let's start at the beginning. ADHD isn't a behaviour problem. It's a brain-based difference in how your child manages their executive functioning and self-regulation, where their brain has a different capacity for processing the demands they meet. And that distinction's critical because when your child becomes overwhelmed or dysregulated, their nervous system is basically saying, I can't cope with this right now. And in that moment, any reasoning, consequences, or reward systems are just going to be ineffective. ADHD affects your child's attention, their emotional regulation, their impulse control, ability to get started and follow through, and their working memory. So when your child's struggling in some way, it's not that they won't do the thing that they need to do, it's that they can't in that moment. So it's not a behavioural choice for them. So for example, a child who refuses to do their homework may not be oppositional, they may just be exhausted after a full day at school, struggling with task initiation, or unable to hold multiple instructions in their working memory. They may be feeling intense frustration, anxiety, anger, or be struggling with a number of other possible emotions. And when you respond only to your child's behaviour, you risk missing your child's underlying difficulties entirely. So many parents are guided toward behaviour management strategies, that is, stricter consequences, reward systems, or increased compliance demands. But when your child's struggling with emotions that are related to a situationing, this reasoning, consequences, and rewards won't work and could actually make the situation worse. I like to use the tightrope analogy to explain this a bit more clearly. Imagine I said, I'll give you $100 to walk a tightrope, which you lack the skill to do, and if you don't manage to do it, I'm going to give you a consequence for not doing it. That would be extremely frustrating, would you agree? You would probably want to earn that $100, show me that you can walk the tightrope, because children usually want to please their parents and receive their praise, of course. You'd also likely wish to avoid any consequence for not walking the tightrope, right? But if you don't have the ability to walk the tightrope, it's a lose-lose situation for you, because you're going to face a consequence simply because you don't have the skill to perform the task, even if you're trying as hard as possible. So you also know that you can't obtain the reward or any praise despite trying your best. So if you consider this situation, what emotions do you think you might feel as a result of being put in this position? Perhaps anger, maybe frustration, embarrassment, resentment, a sense of injustice, or just feeling sad, right? So if your child wants to do well, and most children do want to do well, but sometimes can't because of some lack of ability, then getting punished or missing out on a reward for this reason is just going to make them feel angry or frustrated, isn't it? And that's really sad for your child and for your relationship with your child. When we see our children's behaviour as an unsolved mystery, a need yet to be met, or a skill they have yet to develop, rather than a behavioural challenge or intentional, then our goal becomes to find out which skills our child needs help with, and then to teach those skills, scaffolding them as they learn. So we need to get curious. For an example, in the homework, if your child finds writing an essay challenging, they don't know how to get started or are refusing to do their homework, instead of creating a battle by focusing on modifying their behaviour or trying to coerce them with rewards, instead work out exactly what it is they're struggling with and calmly walk them through it. So instead of just looking at what your child is doing in terms of behaviour, start asking, what might my child need to support them right now? Because behaviour is only part of the story. In the Ultimate ADHD Parenting Handbook, I introduce a framework called the 6 C's of Calm, Connected Parenting. This isn't a rigid model or a set of steps, it's a way of understanding your child differently. It's a set of principles that shape how you can better understand and respond to your child's behaviour. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of the 6 C's. Calm is your foundation. It begins with your nervous system. When your child is dysregulated, you become the external regulator. Your ability to stay grounded creates safety and reduces escalation. You can't regulate a dysregulated child from a dysregulated state yourself. However, I'd like to acknowledge the reality here, though, because it's very easy to say you need to remain calm in order to regulate your child as a priority, and much more challenging in real life when you're burned out and overwhelmed as well. There's so much more I could say on this topic, but I wish I had the time to do so today, but I don't. So I'll just highlight that your self-care as a parent is vital to your parenting success, as well as your own well-being. Our second C is curiosity. Getting curious and becoming a detective allows you to look beneath your child's behaviour and shifts you from reaction to curiosity. Instead of focusing on your child's behaviour in the moment, you begin to explore what's driving it. Compassion. Having compassion for your child allows you to reframe your child from being the problem to becoming somebody that's experiencing a problem. It allows you to maintain empathy for your child without abandoning your boundaries. Remember, your child isn't giving you a hard time, your child is having a hard time in most cases. Connection is your core foundation. When your child feels emotionally safe and understood, their capacity for regulation and engagement increases significantly. Your relationship with your child is the most important piece in your parenting, which seems obvious, but amidst the chaos of parenting, sadly, your relationship with your child can be the first casualty, and without this, nothing else works, and you both feel that connection, that loss of connection very deeply. Collaboration shifts your role away from authority, where it's because I said so, to more of a coach approach, where you move from directing your child's behaviour to solving problems and challenges together and supporting them to build skills over time. Consistency builds predictability and trust. It's not about rigidity, but rather the repeated experience of your calm, connected responses over time, not perfect, just steady. So together, my 6 C's create a relational and developmental parenting approach that prioritizes understanding, relationships, regulation, and skill building. Now that I've described the 6 C's, I want to briefly go back to what I said a moment ago about your own self-care and suggest that you can also apply these same 6 C's of parenting to your own situation as a parent. Finding your calm, being curious, having compassion for yourself, creating connection, collaborating with others, and staying consistent with your self-care over time. So I'm not just talking about finding time for a relaxing bath or a massage, although those things are great for your nervous system, but it's looking at yourself as a whole person, your environment, and bringing in as much support as possible, regulating your own nervous system, and so on. So whilst each C is powerful in its own right, the 6 C's are designed to function as an integrated system, each reinforcing the others. We don't have time to focus in depth on all of the 6 C's, so today I want to focus on 1 C that acts as an entry point to using the framework as an effective whole. That is curiosity. I've chosen curiosity because curiosity creates a pause in the challenging moments, and that pause enables more calm. In that pause, instead of reacting, you start wondering, which helps you to stay calmer. That resulting calm and curiosity allows more compassion for your child to come in. And that increased compassion for your child, in turn, strengthens your connection with them. Your strengthened connection allows you to more effectively collaborate with your child. A more effective collaboration with your child builds both your child's trust in you and their problem-solving skills over time. Your consistency with all of the above C's over time then reinforces this entire process by creating predictability and safety for your child. Over time, this approach will do more than simply resolve individual challenges and behaviours that arise in the moment. It will support your child to build important life skills that's going to serve them into the future, such as improved problem-solving, communication with others, and the ability to self-advocate, as well as greater flexibility and emotional regulation. In this way, the 6 C's framework shifts your parenting from merely managing your child's behaviour to supporting your child to develop crucial life skills and greater independence that is going to set them in good stead for the future. when you get curious, you move beyond your child's behaviour and start understanding what's underneath it. Curiosity is what helps you close the gap between the parent you want to be and how you actually respond when things get hard. Curiosity helps you stay calm, access compassion, maintain connection, and move into collaboration. When your child is struggling or having a difficult moment, what's your first instinct? Just give me a show of hands. Is it to jump into the problem solving? Is it to try to set firmer boundaries with consequences and so on? Is it to ask what's going on for them? Is it to feel your own frustration rising? Or to feel the need to take a step back or to take some space? And just notice your answer with curiosity, not judgment. We all have a default stress response, especially when parenting gets hard. And in those moments of stress, we all shift into survival mode or reactive patterns. That's how our nervous systems are designed to work. Curiosity isn't automatic though. It is a skill, and like any skill, it can be strengthened once we become aware of the need for it and with more practice. In my work, I like to draw on Dr. Ross Greene's collaborative and proactive solutions model, which you may have heard of. It's based on the assumption that children do well if they can, and that it's not defiance or unwillingness to cooperate that are at the core of challenging behaviour, but about the skills your child hasn't yet acquired. Dr. Greene's collaborative process typically involves 3 steps. Firstly, using your genuine curiosity to explore your child's perspective, then sharing your adult concerns with your child without blame or escalation, and then working with your child to identify realistic, mutually acceptable solutions. When you focus only on your child's behaviour, you risk missing what's really going on underneath for them. So Dr. Greene summarises this well when he says, children do well if they can. Because when you think about it, what child doesn't want to do well? If your child isn't doing well, the question becomes, what's getting in their way? A phrase I often return to is behaviour is communication. When your child is melting down, refusing, withdrawing, or pushing back, you're often seeing the surface expression of something much deeper. Could the reason for their behaviour in fact be that they're emotionally fatigued, that they're feeling anxious, that they're unable to do what you're asking, or perhaps they have sensory overwhelm or they're simply tired? So this new mindset can lead to a critical shift in your perspective. Instead of asking, how do I stop this behaviour, you begin to ask, what is making this difficult for my child right now? And that single question changes the entire direction of your response. A useful way to visualize this concept is through the iceberg metaphor, where the behavior you see is just a reaction or symptom of what's going on for your child underneath. So what you're seeing is only the surface behavior, and underneath, your child might be experiencing one or more of these unseen challenges that you see under the surface of the water. Before your child is able to cooperate, learn, or reason, you must support these underlying needs. So again, when you get curious, you move beyond your child's behaviour and start understanding what's going on underneath for them. In my book, I've adapted Maslow's hierarchy of needs into my parenting hierarchy of needs to assist you in taking your curiosity a step further. This hierarchy also allows you to work out which of your child's needs should be prioritised, because ADHD is a complex tapestry requiring you to juggle your child's multiple needs seemingly all at once, and it's often overwhelming and almost impossible to decide where to start with it all. It highlights that your child's most basic needs must be met before you move on to higher order needs. For example, there's no point engaging an academic tutor for your child to support their learning if their most basic needs of emotional and physical safety aren't firstly addressed. It would simply be a waste of time and money and effort, and can possibly just increase your child's stress. It's way better to spend time on your child's foundations in the right order and build up from there. So using my parenting hierarchy of needs can also help you in becoming a detective, gathering clues, identifying patterns, and understanding what's really driving your child's behaviour or emotions. We're going to go through the levels of this hierarchy now and look at some questions we can ask with regard to each level. You'll see if you turn to your workbook that you have space there to brainstorm some detective questions of your own against each level of the hierarchy as we go through, or you can do that later when you have a quiet moment at home to reflect more fully. So the first three levels of the parenting hierarchy are all foundational. At the base of our hierarchy are your child's biological needs: sleep, hydration, nutrition, blood sugar balance, movement, and physical safety. I'm a big believer in getting all of the most basic foundations in place because these all directly influence your child's capacity to regulate emotions and manage demands. This can include thinking about how they feel physically. How's their gut health? Do they have a food sensitivity or intolerance? Are they thirsty? ADHD nervous systems are often particularly sensitive, and so these things, as well as fatigue, hunger, and irregular routines, can all play a part. When these foundational needs are unmet, behaviour can escalate quickly, not because your child is unwilling, but because their body is under strain. So you could ask yourself at this level the following detective questions. Could my child be tired, hungry, or dehydrated right now? Has my child had enough movement or physical activity today? Has my child's routine changed or been disrupted? Am I expecting too much at a time when my child's energy is low? Then we move to level 2, physiological regulation. This is about supporting your child's nervous system and sensory needs. Beyond basic biological needs, many children with ADHD experience differences in sensory processing and nervous system regulation. Sensory overload, understimulation, or nervous system dysregulation can all impact your child's behaviour. Some children need more movement, others need more quiet or reduced stimulation, and when your child's regulation needs aren't being met, they may become restless, overwhelmed, or emotionally reactive. So here, some detective questions you could ask are, could this environment be too loud, bright, busy, or stimulating for my child? Does my child need movement, pressure, or a sensory break? Has there been lots of cognitive or emotional demands on my child today? Is my child showing signs of overwhelm or nervous system fatigue? Level 3 is emotional safety, and this is where connection, predictability, and feeling understood come into play. Children regulate best when they feel emotionally safe and connected. When routines are unpredictable, expectations unclear, or connection is low, challenging behaviour increases. And this is particularly true for neurodivergent children who may experience way more frequent correction or misunderstandings across multiple environments. When your child's emotional safety is strengthened, their cooperation often naturally improves. So here, some detective questions you could ask could be, has my child had attention in a positive way today? Could my child be feeling misunderstood, criticised, or pressured? Has there been a transition, change, or uncertainty recently? Is my child seeking reassurance or closeness right now? Level 4 is cognitive support. As I mentioned earlier, many behaviours that appear oppositional are actually executive function challenges. Task initiation, planning, working memory, and transitions can all be difficult for children with ADHD. And when demands exceed their cognitive capacity, avoidance, shutdown, or emotional escalation can occur. So providing your child with greater structure, scaffolding, and support often reduces behavioural challenges significantly. And detective questions you could ask for this level include, is this task too big or unclear for my child right now? Does my child know where to start? Are there too many steps or too much information for my child to hold in their mind? Would breaking this into smaller pieces make it more manageable for my child? Level 5. This is an area close to my heart since I know from my own daughter's experience and from the young people I work with in my social skills program how not having these skills can have such a negative impact on how they relate to others and to make and keep friends. And research shows that having just one or two close friends is protective against mental health issues. So, as foundational needs are supported, children develop emotional literacy, communication skills, and social confidence. When children struggle in these areas, behaviour may reflect difficulty expressing feelings, managing frustration, or navigating relationships. Curiosity helps children build insight into their experiences and develop problem-solving skills over time. So here, some of the questions we might ask are, does my child have the words to explain what they're feeling? Could frustration or disappointment be driving my child's behaviour? Is my child struggling socially or feeling excluded? Does my child need support learning how to manage this situation or to upskill? Level 6 then is finally, we're at the top of the hierarchy, it's your child's sense of competence, autonomy and identity. Children thrive when they experience success, feel valued for their strengths and develop confidence in who they are. When children repeatedly experience failure or feel defined by their challenges, motivation and emotional resilience can decrease. So supporting a child's strengths and purpose helps build their long-term well-being and self-belief. So some questions here for you to ask. Has my child experienced success or encouragement recently? Am I focusing mostly on my child's challenges rather than their strengths? Does my child feel capable and valued right now? Does my child have opportunities for autonomy and meaningful contribution? So we can see that all the lower levels in the parenting hierarchy of needs build the foundations to enable your child to reach the higher tiers of the hierarchy. When you approach your child's behaviour through this fresh lens, curiosity becomes your friend and now a practical tool. Instead of reacting to your child's behaviour, you step back and ask, what might my child need right now? What tier might be under pressure? This doesn't mean you'll always be able to identify the answer immediately. The child may not always be able to articulate their needs, and contributing factors may change over time. Curiosity and collaboration therefore become ongoing practices, not a one-off conversation. And over time, this consistent approach builds trust. Your child begins to experience you not as someone managing their behaviour, but as their partner in understanding and problem solving. And that shift over time is what supports regulation, resilience, and long-term thriving for your child. Let's look at how curiosity can work in real life and most importantly, when it's most effective. When your child's already struggling emotionally, their thinking, logical, reasoning part of their brain, their prefrontal cortex, is offline. So in those moments, we focus on co-regulation, not on collaboration or problem solving. So rather than waiting for a morning meltdown to occur, we start by noticing a pattern over time in advance. So for example, you begin to notice that mornings involving getting dressed for school are consistently difficult. There may be resistance, delay, escalation, or emotional overwhelm. You're not going to address this in the middle of the chaos. Instead, later that day or on a calm afternoon or weekend moment when your child is regulated, you bring in the curiosity. Hey, I've noticed getting dressed in the mornings has been feeling really hard lately. Can you help me understand what's making it tricky? Talking to your child in this way is not corrective, it's curious and collaborative. From here, you're looking for information, not compliance, and your child may share things like, I hate being rushed, these clothes feel itchy, I don't know what to wear, everything feels hard in the morning, and so on. Each of these responses shifts your understanding from behaviour to their underlying need. And once you understand what makes mornings hard, you can start problem solving together by moving into collaborative problem solving in advance of the challenge, while your child is regulated and able to think logically and clearly. So the conversation might become, would it help if we laid your uniform out the night before so everything's ready to go? Do we need to find a way to make your uniform more comfortable? Different fabrics, removing tags, or trying softer options? Would a visual checklist help so you know what comes next in the morning? Do we need to adjust our routine so mornings don't feel quite so rushed? Would it help if we had a few quiet moments together before the morning gets busy? So importantly, this isn't about fixing non-compliance. It's about designing a morning that better matches your child's regulatory and executive functioning needs. Then, when the morning comes, You're no longer entering the interaction blindly, you're testing a shared plan that was created collaboratively with your child. And if things still don't work quite out, which will sometimes happen, we don't problem solve in the moment of escalation. Instead, we return to regulation first, then revisit the plan later when everyone is calm, and then we tweak it where necessary. This models collaborative problem solving, which is an important life skill, and at the same time, it improves your morning routine, your relationship with your child, and your sanity. Let's take another common pattern, homework resistance. Rather than broaching this at the point where your child has already shut down, where their thinking and language access are already reduced, you again start by noticing the pattern over time in advance. So you might observe that homework consistently triggers avoidance or emotional escalation. Starting is more difficult than completing. Your child becomes overwhelmed before even beginning, or there's frequent procrastination, negotiation, or distress. So instead of addressing this in the moment of refusal, you would again choose a neutral, low-stress time to explore it. Your curious conversation might sound like, "I've noticed homework has been feeling really hard to start lately. What do you think is making that tricky for you?" And again, this framing is important because it removes blame and opens space for honesty. And so your child might say, "It's too much, I don't know where to start, I'm tired, I don't get it," or even, "I don't know." And now you're working with actual constraints and not assumptions about your child's motivation. From here, you co-design supports before the next homework session, such as, would it help if we focused on getting started with the first question instead of thinking about the whole thing? Do you think it would feel easier if we set a timer and just aimed for 10 minutes to begin with? Would taking short movement breaks help your brain reset between tasks? Would it help if I sat with you while you got started? Should we go through the instructions together first so it feels clearer? Do we need to agree on what done enough looks like instead of aiming for perfect? So again, notice we're not telling your child what to do, we're inviting them into working out what support actually helps them succeed. And this changes your child's homework from simply a compliance task to a more supported skill-building experience. Then, when homework time arrives, you're no longer trying to solve a live problem under stress. Instead, you're implementing a previously agreed support plan. If your child becomes dysregulated in the moment, your priority is never curiosity or problem solving, it's regulation and connection at that time. The reflective conversation always happens later when your child is regulated. What both these examples show is that curiosity is most powerful not as a reaction but as a preventative lens, one that allows you to redesign your environments, expectations and supports before your child reaches overload. Curiosity works best before the meltdown, not in the middle of it. It's important to acknowledge that this approach won't work perfectly every time. Your child will not always be able to articulate what's going on for them, particularly if they become dysregulated, overwhelmed, or have limited emotional language. At other times, what is contributing to the difficulties may shift from day to day, or even moment to moment, which means that what worked yesterday may not work today. This is why curiosity and collaboration are practices, not one-off conversations. They require repetition, flexibility, and a willingness to revisit and adjust understanding over time. Equally important, this process is not about getting it right in a single conversation. The goal isn't perfection, it's showing up consistently on your child's side as a safe, interested, and non-judgmental partner in problem solving. Over time, this builds trust, not because every strategy works immediately, but because your child experiences you as someone who is reliably on their side, even when things are difficult. Curiosity does more than change behavior in the moment. Over time, it shapes how your child understands themselves, their relationships, and their capacity to navigate the world. Children who experience curiosity from their caregivers are less likely to internalize the idea that they're difficult or they're not trying hard enough. This is particularly important for neurodivergent children who often receive frequent corrective feedback across school and social environments. Without that balance, your child can start to believe they are the problem instead of understanding that they're struggling with something difficult. And curiosity interrupts that narrative. When you respond with curiosity, you communicate that your child's experience is understandable and worth exploring. This creates psychological safety, a foundational condition for learning, emotional regulation, and development. Curiosity also builds emotional awareness. And when you ask questions such as, what felt difficult about that? Or what was happening just before that? You help your child learn to notice and name what's going on inside of them. Because many neurodivergent children don't realise that they're overwhelmed until everything's already tipped over. Over time, this builds their emotional literacy and self-awareness. And curiosity also supports problem-solving development. When your child is invited into thinking about solutions, they begin to develop flexibility and agency. Instead of always relying on you to tell them what to do, your child starts learning how to come up with strategies for themselves, and over time that builds independence, problem-solving skills, and resilience. Finally, curiosity shapes your child's identity. When your child consistently experiences being understood rather than corrected, they develop a more stable sense of self, and they begin to see that challenges are workable and not defining. Curiosity isn't just a strategy for managing behaviour, it's a way of relating to your child that helps build their confidence, emotional regulation, and long-term resilience. When we respond with curiosity, we're not just changing behaviour, we're shaping the story your child tells themselves about who they are. Parents often say, this makes sense in theory, but how do I actually do this in real life when things are moving quickly? And the honest answer is that you won't do this perfectly. No parent does. There's no such thing as a perfect parent. There will still be frustration, and there will still be moments that feel overwhelming. Because this isn't about perfection. It's about building capacity in both you and your child over time. We've only had time to scratch the surface today, but if this approach resonates with you, I go into much more depth in my book and unpack how to apply these ideas in everyday parenting life. Parenting your spirited or neurodivergent child can be incredibly beautiful and at times deeply challenging. It can hold enormous joy and real pain, sometimes all in the same day. While none of us get sunshine and rainbows every day, because that's not real life, my hope is that you leave here today feeling a little more hopeful, a little more empowered, and with a different way of seeing what's happening in your family. Because when you lead with curiosity, something important shifts. You reduce the escalations, you deepen your understanding of your child, and most importantly, you strengthen the connection between you. From that place of connection, your child is far better able to build the skills, confidence, and resilience they need to thrive. Curiosity isn't a small parenting strategy, it's a fundamental shift in how you see your child and how your child experiences you. And sometimes the smallest shift in perspective creates the most meaningful change. Thank you.
I'm fairly certain if my father was here now, he would agree with everything you've just said, especially about the calmness that one needs to parent a neurodivergent child, especially two girls. He had three of us. Only two of us were special. One of us more. Right, now, everybody stand up. Yep. I can see you all. Stand up. Right. Now, take your arms and shake. How good does that feel? And you know what's going to feel even better? I'm about to tell you you've got another break. All right, so if everyone can try and be back in here at about 3 o'clock, we can get into the afternoon session. Please take a moment. It'll be your last time to have a look at our exhibitors. And there should be a QR code somewhere to start your feedback sessions. See you at 3. Okay, everyone. We are into the homeward stretch. We're almost there. It's been a fantastic day. I'm sure you've all been scribbling down your notes, taking photos. Remember, there's slides and things to be sent in a week, but how good are these sorts of days when community, yeah. That's it. Community can just come together and we can support one another like this. So as we head into that home stretch, our final speaker this afternoon is Em Hammond. She's got down the front. Em is an autistic and ADHD, a speech pathologist and mum to 3 neurodivergent kiddos. She is also the mind behind the social media account NeuroWild. Widely known for her illustration and resources about neurodiversity and supporting autistic and ADHD kids, her ability to break down big ideas and tricky concepts into accessible language, frameworks and practical tools has made her a highly sought-after voice in education, allied health and advocacy. And her talk is something I'm very excited about, NeuroWild things. Em Hammond.
Hello. I called this talk that because I had no idea what I wanted to say when they asked me months ago and said, I can't possibly commit to anything in particular, so it's going to just have to be broad. Kitty just mentioned who I am. I won't repeat it. Today I'm going to speak about ADHD, so autism and ADHD, because I exist as an ADHD human and I can't confidently differentiate between my autistic and ADHD traits, so best not to do that. We're just going to deal with the whole thing. Please come down the front. I want to bother all of you. Now, I can't see Sandhya. If she's in the green room listening, I'm going to yell at you later. Her presentation this morning, she was the first up, talked about shame. I was very struck by how calming her presentation was. It was like a big hug. It was like deep breaths in a forest. Mine will not be that. I have no sense of time either, so I don't know how long I'm going to talk. If I go too long, you can leave. I'm going to finish. I finished this presentation at 1:30 a.m. this morning. We haven't had a lot of sleep. It took me a really long time to figure out all of the many things that I want to say to all of you. I didn't want to leave anything important out, and I didn't want to overload you. I had a plan to cohesively bring all of the individual bits of learning together in a linear and logical, sensible order so that you could absorb it. That did not work. So instead of cohesion and order, you're getting the ADHD special, which is disjointed fragments of information. And it is obvious to me how these fragments link together and why they're relevant. I can't promise that it's going to be obvious to you. Can we scroll up a bit on these words, because I can't see what else I had to say to you. I'm hoping as we go that everybody's brain just figures out where to mentally store each of these fragments in a way that makes sense to you. Sort of like a Tetris situation. Put the things where there's space, or match the colours or the shape. I don't play Tetris, I actually hate that game. Fragment. When we expect sameness, difference can easily feel like a problem. If we expect sameness and then difference shows up, we get frustrated, we get stressed, because we had an expectation and it has not been met, and we weren't prepared. When our systems, our environments expect sameness, when they encourage it, when they measure it, when they celebrate it, it makes it so hard for difference to be seen as okay, even if we say it's okay. Our actions don't say that it's okay. Our rules don't say that it's okay. Our assessments and our classrooms don't say it's okay. Our neurodivergent kids are inherently different. They're wired differently. They experience the world differently. This little pink one is just existing authentically. And in this context, their existence looks like a problem, like something to correct. But our differences in themselves are not wrong or problematic. They only become wrong and problematic when we start expecting sameness. What happens when we expect difference? There seems to be room for everyone. None of these patterns seem wrong or problematic, and it's because of our expectation. We need to stop expecting sameness in our homes, in our clinics, in our schools, and our systems. And more than that, I want us to start expecting difference, not tolerating it, not making space for it, not accepting it sometimes. I want us to actually expect it, because when we expect difference as the default, there is room for everyone. We're going to do a much better job of handling things because we planned for it. This illustration is about masking. I'm kind of surprised you're laughing, to be honest. This one makes a lot of people really sad. As kids and adults, many of us try really, really hard to meet that expectation of sameness. We want to do well. We want to please our adults. Some of us do it independently, even subconsciously. And some of us are taught to strive for sameness. Many of us slowly but surely learn how to shrink and blend in as a way to protect ourselves. So this illustration shows us the impact of that masking, of suppressing our real, authentic selves and trying to be the same as our peers for the sake of inclusion, safety, and social success. When we mask our neurodivergent traits and work hard to perform in this neuronormative way, we're not showing the world our true selves. Anyone who becomes our friend becomes friends with this diluted, modified version of ourselves that we are projecting for the sake of sameness and inclusion. We learn to hide all of our best bits, all of the things that make us great. And consequently, the relationships that we form are superficial. They're inauthentic. I want to ask you, is that the kind of relationship that we want to encourage our neurodivergent kids to find? Do they not deserve better than that? As an adult who has masked for a lifetime, I've only discovered in the last few years what it's like to find actual meaningful relationships that are based on shared interests, shared joy, authentic communication, and compatible neurology. That discovery was transformative for me. And I wish I had known earlier that masking was keeping me from finding those relationships. It is a barrier. As well as facilitating inauthentic relationships, masking comes with a cost. The cost short term is our mental battery, our energy, our capacity, our emotional state. The long-term cost of masking is our mental health, our well-being, happiness, our relationships, our expectations, our safety, our self-understanding, self-acceptance, and self-worth. While we're talking about masking and safety, here is some nuance that we can't overlook. It gets overlooked a lot. In the green bubbles, the first one, masking can have significant impacts on our long-term mental health and capacity. True. And masking may be really important for maintaining a person's safety in different environments and contexts. Both of these things can be true. When we are supporting a neurodivergent person, when we're having conversations about masking and unmasking, we need to consider what are the risks of unmasking for this person? Is it safe for this person to stand out in this environment? What additional factors are impacting this person's safety and well-being? And I've got a list of things here to consider, and it's not exhaustive. Is there racial or gender discrimination? Are there strong cultural beliefs and attitudes about neurodivergence? Mental health factors, physical health challenges. What does their support system look like? Can they afford to unmask in this context? As a speaking, white, professional adult living in Australia, I have a lot of privilege and a lot of safety in that masking and unmasking are preferences for me at this point in time. They are choices, they are options. The reality is, for people with less privilege, unmasking is simply not safe to do. It is not a safe option, and it's certainly not a casual preference or choice. We recognise that masking comes with risks. We need to recognise as well that unmasking can come with risks. And that leaves a lot of caregivers desperately weighing up two risky options and trying to figure out which one is safer for their kid. If you are a privileged professional person like myself, you need to learn about this intersectionality. We need to understand the significant systemic barriers that a lot of our marginalised neurodivergent people are facing so that we can provide actual meaningful support. We can't skip it. Here is a list of people to learn from. Somebody said you're getting these slides, so you're going to have this list. Otherwise, you can take a photo. Don't skip it. Fragment. I created a resource called In Our Class. It's one of the many things that I have created. To be read in a classroom setting, probably lower primary. It introduces a bunch of different concepts relating to brains, differences, needs and preferences. And it does that in a way that builds understanding and normalises diversity. These are pages from that resource. But I'm actually going to get some information from you. Can you put your hand up if you really hate audience participation? I have trapped you. All right, this is a hands up and hands down situation. Asterisk, there is more. Can you put your hand up if your happy place is somewhere outdoors? All right, put your hand down. Hand up if you are an inside cat. I have my people. Put your hands on your head if you are a summer person. Gross. Put your hands on your head if you prefer the cool. Stand up if you like surprises. Hey, Connie! Did you hear me from the green room? I complained about you. Sit down. Stand up if you prefer to give presents rather than get them. Lovely. Sit down. Stamp your feet if you are great at planning and organising. I was kind of expecting silence, not going to lie. Put your hand up if you are adventurous when it comes to food. Very brave. Wave at me if you drive a white car. Put two hands up if you like to dance. Shake them around. Oh, this is fun for me. Show me the money if you've been to the dentist in the past 6 months. Oh my God, do you know you're supposed to do that all the time? I have trauma. Stand up if you like to read, if that's your thing. Yes, good, sit down. Show me a heart if you are creative. Good. Show me a peace sign if you're enjoying my presentation so far. That was risky. I would have left. Alrighty. I'm noticing a whole lot of differences in this room. Amazingly, I expected it. Imagine if I expected sameness from all of you. Imagine if I decided that Emma's set of preferences are the right ones and yours are all wrong. And imagine me telling you that you need to learn, all of you, to be the same as Emma. She's pretty cool. Imagine trying to override all of your own individual preferences and ideas and needs all of the time. Sounds ridiculous, right? Why do we do it to our neurodivergent kids? Fragment. This is fluctuating capacity. This is the thing I probably talk about the most. This little panda on the left. He has snapped his bamboo, a leaf has come off. On this particular occasion, this unexpected event took place. It has not felt like a huge crisis situation. He's handling it pretty well because his capacity to cope with this unexpected event, the yellow section, is quite big. And it is big because his fatigue is small, and his emotional overwhelm is small, and his sensory overload is small. So he has done his best on this particular day in this situation, and his best is probably something that an adult would appreciate. This second panda, same situation, different outcome. Bamboo has snapped. It has felt like a huge crisis emergency situation because his capacity to cope with this unexpected event is very small. And it is very small because his fatigue is bigger and his emotional overwhelm is bigger and his sensory overload is bigger. He has also done his best with this unexpected event, and his best looks really different on each day. Fluctuating capacity explains why our neurodivergent kids might be inconsistent in their skills, in their performance, in their output, in their behaviour. It explains why they could do this particular thing yesterday or this morning, but now they can't seem to. And it's not a matter of effort or attitude or skills or cooperation. The reality is we are working with a mental battery that fluctuates all the time. It often drains quickly and recharges slowly, and it doesn't hold charge very well. And so often our battery is low, but the expectations are still high. And for so many of our kids, there's not much that they can do about it. When our battery is low, we might not be able to do the things that we want to do what others want us to do the things that we were able to do before. We might not be able to handle situations in a way that we would like, or to cope with big feelings as parents. I have a story from a long time ago. A long time ago, I was home with 3 kids. One was 5, one was 3, one was 6 months old. I was a stay-at-home mum. That was the full-time situation. Context, this baby didn't sleep at night or in the day. Sleep deprivation, 5 years of it. It was breastfeeding, it was wet shirts all the time, it was a sticky body, it was sore, it was mastitis all of the time, there's no time to recover, you're a mum. So my body was fairly broken, unsupported hypermobility, core instability, muscle pain, exhaustion. I'm not eating, I'm not drinking enough water, and I'm not resting. This baby won't be put down. The other 2 kids need things all of the time to stay alive. And there is no downtime. Everyone needs things constantly. On top of that, you already know, there is the constant laundry, nappies, toileting, cleaning, putting stuff away, food preparation, problem solving, teaching, helping, scaffolding, conflict resolution, play, reading books, connecting, cuddling, singing, supervision, co-regulation. Somewhere in there is supposed to be self-care. you stop to sort one thing out and 5 new problems appear, right? It's constant pressure to do everything right and raise good humans. And I didn't know that I was ADHD. I wasn't accommodating myself in any way. Everyone who has lived this life knows. This particular day, it had been a day, very hard day and a very hard week and a very hard month. My battery was empty. This was me. House was a mess. There's sensory play stuff all over the floor, books and toys. Kids were a mess. I was the biggest mess. Baby won't be put down. It's feeding all day. I hadn't made dinner. I hadn't washed anything. There are smells. Their dad came home from work, and I said something like, "This day has been impossible. She won't be put down. I can't. It's too hard. It is all too hard." And I gestured to all of the things, and there is tears, and it is defeat. Right? It's a moment. Not dramatic, reasonable. Their dad was also low on battery. He took the baby from me, and with the baby in one hand, he rage cleaned the kitchen and the lounge room loudly and furiously at top speed. And he started vacuuming aggressively, and he chucked something into the oven, and he looked at me while doing this frenzied cleaning, still holding the baby, and he said, "See? It's not that hard. It can be done." It will surprise you to know that that did not help me. What would have helped me in that moment would have been co-regulation, a cuddle, comfort, a nap, a shower, acknowledgement that some days are really hard, kids are hard, parenting's hard, recognizing that I had done my best, respecting that my battery and my body were completely drained, some humor and lightness, that a messy house is just a thing when there are children, reassurance that I was a good parent, appreciation of the stuff that I do, connection, validation, empathy, understanding, acceptance, safety, all the things that Connie's husband did. I'm sure he apologized after I was angry for a month. Our kids are navigating this fluctuating capacity all day, every day. They are often going to be working with low battery. And when they can't do the thing, when they can't meet the expectation, they don't need more pressure. They don't need the shame or the ultimatums or the consequences. They don't need anger. And they don't need a demonstration of just how easy it is to do the thing. Those responses are not going to strengthen your relationship. If your kid can't seem to do a thing that you have seen them do before, I need you to assume that there is some sort of barrier. Have that be your default assumption. Something is getting in the way. We're going to figure it out together. We're going to go from there. We need to approach with curiosity, empathy, connection, support, and safety. Now, why did I tell you this story? Firstly, it made a very good point about my battery analogy. Secondly, some of you might relate to it. If I can make something personally relevant and meaningful for you, your brain doesn't have to work as hard. And thirdly, some of you might find it easier to absorb information when it is presented in a more conversational, anecdotal manner, rather than formal teaching language. Hands up if that's you. That's me too. You're welcome. There's a lot of things that can drain our battery. This is not an exhaustive list. You can read them all there. It's often a combination of things. Fluctuating capacity is always going to be a thing. It's always going to be dynamic. Oh, there's a counting clock. I'm going to ignore that. It's always going to be dynamic. Some things will drain us. Some things are going to recharge us. Everyone's battery is different, and it changes. One size is not going to fit all. So give us the skills to navigate that in an informed, empowered, sustainable way. We need it for our long-term mental health and well-being. We don't grow out of fluctuating capacity once we are adults. You can start by introducing the mental battery concept. Have a conversation, look at a resource, talk about it, get the language into your house, your classroom, your clinic, and then use it. When our battery is low, we need to recharge. I need Matt up here. This is Matt, everyone. There you go. Up on the screen is some pages from my mental battery resource. I got a lot of them. There's a bunch of different resources that talk about this concept in different ways, different language levels. This particular battery concept, Matt made it. I was like, I've got an idea. It's kind of like this. And then he created that. It was great. It's really powerful in our household. So we have techie kids. They know what this is about. All of our kids know what it means when we tell them, my battery is really low. I can't handle this noise right now. I can't play this game right now. I can't be in this room right now. They get it. They will also tell us when their own battery is low, which is great because that helps us respond to them with more empathy and less frustration. They will also, our kids, and this is the most fun, they will come and look closely at the bags under my eyes and inform me that my battery must be really low because I look like garbage. And maybe I need to make another coffee. I laughed so much when my then 8-year-old said that to me the first time, but these days I'm just like, yep, that checks out. I'm going to make that coffee. Good suggestion. I'm going to bother some of you. This lady in the front in this dress, what is something that recharges your battery? Movement. Hands up if movement recharges your battery. That must be nice. Who else can I bother? This person wants bothering. What is something that drains your battery? Lady in pink. Yeah. What's one thing that drains it? Loud, persistent, so children. Loud, persistent noises. Hands up if that is going to drain you. Loud, persistent noises. Okay, keep your hands up though if loud music of your choice is recharging. Anyone else yell out something that drains them? Adult children. I don't know about that, but I have siblings actually. They're quite annoying. Sorry? Pairing, laundry, putting away clean things and do you know what? I leave the socks there. I can do everything else except the socks. I'm like, you know what? That's just for the birds now at this point. That will never get done. What is something else that recharges somebody? People? Alone time. So someone said people, someone said alone time. That's interesting. I can't process what any of you are saying anymore. It's just noise. Sorry? Dinner with your people, safe people. Socializing with your safe people, recharging? Not that many hands. Who finds people draining? They are. As you can see, so unsurprising again, none of us is the same in here in terms of our mental battery and our needs. You can go. We need to expect difference. Difference in thinking, in development, in skill acquisition, in learning, play, regulation, social communication, sensory processing. It doesn't make sense to expect sameness. Humans are inherently different. Last night, Matt sat next to me until 1:30 in the morning creating a printable version of this. It's in the shop. It's on my website. You can print it off and make one yourself if you like. All right, this is another worksheet that I have made that looks at the specific sensory things that might energize and drain us. The far column is the stuff that will drain me, a bunch of examples. The middle column is the stuff that will recharge my battery. And isn't this useful information for my partner to know? Won't this help him know just how to engage in effective co-regulation with me? No guessing. The middle column is my ideal day. The far column, that's the worst day I could imagine in this life. Let's avoid that. You don't have to be an OT to have these conversations with your kid. This is how we can get this information. We can provide individualized, meaningful, and proactive support that actually works. Fragment. I'm out of water. Nearly. This is my, I don't know where, okay. This is my building blocks framework. This shows us how to support our neurodivergent kids, how we know where to start, what we prioritize. If we were building this tower in real life, we would have to start with which blocks? The bottom 4 blocks. We're all geniuses. These 4 blocks are the foundations. So with each kid, we prioritize and support their strengths, their positive identity, their support network, and safety and health. These 4 blocks along the bottom relate to connection and belonging. Does this kid feel accepted and appreciated? Do they feel seen and heard? Are they validated in their interests, their opinions, their relationships, their self-advocacy? Are they happy to be different? Do they have safe adults on their side? Can they access what they need? It is the adult's job to look after these blocks. Our kids don't have much power to make changes here. They don't really get to shape their life, they just have to live it. We are the ones who shape it. So let's do a good job for them. On top of the foundation blocks, we have the regulation blocks. If the foundation blocks are missing or shaky, you are not going to have much success balancing the regulation blocks on top because we're building from the bottom up. So it means we are proactively accommodating sensory and emotional needs, plus providing co-regulation with a focus on safety and connection. If we don't sort out these regulation blocks, this kid can't build their tower any higher, which means they cannot access their purple blocks, which are executive functioning skills, and they can't access the blocks at the top, which includes behaviour. And I see a lot of goals written for our kids that are quite high up the tower. Our kids are expected to get there despite having a bunch of lower blocks missing, and they can't. Goals like that set them up to fail. If you have a kid who is struggling, literally struggling with anything in any way, there are 3 jobs for you, giving them to you now. Number 1, look at what is being expected of them. Are the expectations appropriate? Are people expecting sameness from a kid who is inherently different? Job number 2, go lower in the tower. Prioritize their foundations, work on co-regulation, come back to safety. Supporting the bottom will support the top. And number 3, have a look at what is draining their mental battery. If this kid is running low on battery all of the time, if they are always dysregulated, always emotional, always explosive, it's our job to figure out why. Because they can't. What supports are they missing? We are missing some things for that kid. We are letting them down. Need you all to Tetris this fragment, put it somewhere good in your brain so you'll know where to find it. Fragment. Here is a way that we can support literally any kid with literally anything at all. It's very simple. I call it Reflect and Invite. I have a whole detailed resource about it. You can find the whole thing on Facebook, as with everything. We do this when we are with a kid. The kid, our kid, any kid. The reflect looks like this. I'm noticing this thing about me. It's good or it's bad or it's stressful or it's confusing, whatever. I'm noticing something about myself. That's the reflect. The invite looks like this. I wonder if anyone else does that. I wonder if anyone else feels like that sometimes. And it looks like this. The reflect says, I can't seem to do this job right now. Yesterday I could do it, but today it feels really tricky. I think I need to recharge a bit and do it another time. That's the reflect. The reflect is about the adult's experience. There's no demand on the kid, there's no questions. The invite comes next. I wonder what will help me recharge. I wonder who can help me with these feelings. I wonder if that happens to anyone else. Your invite is you casually and indirectly opening the door to a conversation that your kid may or may not want to have. If they don't want to have that conversation, that's fine, they can leave it. If they do want to have it, you have just given them permission and safety. You have made space for that. So this particular example is about fluctuating capacity, but you can reflect and invite about anything. Sensory experiences, emotional processing, learning styles, social communication preferences, interoception, relationships, literally anything. This is useful for all kids, but especially for kids who don't do well with demands, our PDAs, and for kids who are people pleasers and experience RSD. They need pretty explicit permission to talk about things. We need to normalize it and make space. Fragment. Oh God, I'm doing so well for time. Who can I bother? Who doesn't know me? This person is keen with their hand up. What is your name? Anne. Ant. Ant. What would you say if at this point I told you that to assess your understanding of everything that I've just taught you, I'm going to get you to come out the front and give us a 10-minute summary of my 40-minute presentation. How do you feel about that? Okay. And stop listening after the word assess, because that is an anxious trigger for you. Okay. Would anyone else be happy to come out the front and give a 10-minute summary of everything that I have just said? Does that sound like a good time for anyone, theoretically? Literally not a hand up? Kind of shocked. Connie? All right. Someone is key. Yeah, okay. All right, what if it wasn't a summary? What if actually I was going to have all of you arrange all of the information that I have presented into a song, and I need you to perform it for us? Hands up, anyone who is keen for that? Some people? Okay, that's a bit more so than the summary, the song? Okay. What about if I asked you, I'm going to assess your knowledge. I need you to write a story about everything that I've said. I'm going to assess your knowledge based on your story that you write and submit. Ant's keen for that. She's a story writer. What about an artwork explaining all of it? Hands up if you're happy for that. Some people, yeah, we're creative. What if I asked for a theatrical interpretation of everything? Yeah, all right. That's why we feel safe in here together. Put your hands up if you would be much more comfortable with a listening and writing-based assessment task on your own time in privacy. Okay, quite a lot of us. I wouldn't. Hands up if you wouldn't. Oh, that's nice. Personally, and for all of you that just had your hand up, a listening and writing task is not the best way for us to learn. If the topic is not interesting to me, I am going to have such a hard time focusing, listening, and learning that content. It is like dragging my brain through sludge. But if I was asked to write a story about it, write a song, make an artwork, do a performance, give a speech, talk for 40 minutes on a big stage with a microphone, suddenly my brain is lit up. And I don't have to work to focus. It is happening. I'm full of ideas and motivation and excitement. There's no attention deficit. You have my attention. It is large. I learned in year 12 fortunately, that the tasks that are most compatible with my cognitive processing system, with my learning style, are the tasks that invite creativity. I'm not the only one, I can tell. It's let me create something, let me show you what I can do. I have such ideas. I only got to do creative learning like that in a few subjects, and they were the ones that I excelled at. I topped those classes. Subjects that demanded quiet, repetitive listening, quiet watching of videos that are black and white, oh my God, quiet reading, written answers, quiet, still, I was not able to excel there. I had to work so much harder just to scrape through. And it's because I couldn't access the content. The teaching style and the way that learning was expected and measured was incompatible with my brain. It was like putting the wrong key into a lock. The lock isn't broken, that key is just not right. Throw it out. I'm not a bad learner. Our neurodivergent kids are not bad learners, but if we are constantly expected to learn in ways that are incompatible with our brains, we will eventually believe that we are bad learners. And I'm sure you can all figure out where that leads us. If a kid is not able to learn it the way that we teach it, we need to teach it in a way that they can learn it. If the content is inaccessible, we need to figure out how to make it accessible, because tasks can be modified and cognitive processing systems can't be. So in my presentation today, I have used pictures, stories, symbols, analogies, humour, different styles of language. I repeated the things that were most important. I explained concepts in more than one way. I had you all relate to my content by linking it to your individual experiences and preferences. I kept your brains awake with annoying audience participation and non-optional movement breaks. So apologies for that. I did all of those things so I could look after all the different learners in here today. A group this size, I don't expect that all of you have the same cognitive processing system. You don't all learn the same way. When we expect difference, it's easier to accommodate everyone. End, E-N-D, not and. This is the end. This is the last slide I've got. These are the fragments we covered in the order that they were. There's no linking. They are disjointed. I hope you put them into your brain in useful places and lined up somewhere. I don't understand Tetris. It's actually trash. All of our kids deserve to thrive as their authentic selves. It's our job. And you can find me on Facebook. You can find me on Instagram. You can get all of my illustrated resources at neurowild.com.au. And thanks for coming and being here. I was so close to being on time. So close. It's amazing.
Oh, what a way to end. Honestly, what a way to end. That was magnificent. I was actually going to do one of these. Fantastic. But
It's brave of you.
yeah, I know. Well, thank you, everybody. That does end the Victorian ADHD Conference for 2026. We have absolutely valued your participation across the entire day. A big thanks again goes to our event partners, Kaiko Fidgets, Sister Sensory, and Andale School. I read it correctly. Thank you also to My Spirited Child for putting on another great event, and to every single one of our speakers and presenters today. Thank you so much. Days like this don't happen without quality people in the room, so thank you to our audience. Your participation has been great. There is a QR code on the screen. That's for you to click and say how great I was, and to also say how great everybody else was as well. But thank you again. Thank you all for coming, Enjoy the rest of your weekend.